badly, isn't it? And these days it has become a norm. They are talking about political federation. They are talking about, economic integration. So we better know where we are going and sing that we may be blessed as we go there. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for making the time this morning and on even short notice to join us for this reflection dialogue. We know that many of you have been part of our journey in women's political emancipation. This has been a journey that began way before the promulgation of the Constitution 2010. The struggle for women to find their place within the political landscape and on those decision-making tables. Some of you here among us even dared to vie. You actually put yourselves out there, and I want to congratulate all of you who did, and we look forward to hearing your stories. We know that we are still so far behind, given that it is now the 12th year. By the way, we celebrated Katiba at 12, how many days ago? Today is the 29th, 2 days ago. And look at how we didn't even see it coming, because of what is happening around us, with the challenge to the electoral outcome. But our Constitution 2010 is such an excellent document. And one of the key themes and key pillars of the Constitution is the principle of inclusion, particularly the inclusion of previously marginalized groups. And those include women. I have often heard people talking about women, youth, and persons with disability as special interest groups. And I want to say to all of us who are here, there is nothing like that. Women are not a special interest group. Women are over half of the population. So if we are a special interest group, what does that make men who are fewer than us? Women are over half of the population. The Constitution does not recognize women as special interest groups. The Constitution recognizes women as previously marginalized groups, women, youth, and persons with disability. And 12 years post-promulgation, just a moment. Who's that? Because people are distracted. Okay. 12 years post-promulgation, the one article that remains unimplemented is Article 100, which provides for the participation of women, youth, persons with disability, and other marginalized groups from participating in Parliament. And if that Article 100 would be implemented, it would automatically implement Article 81B and C, where it talks about not more than 2/3 of persons in elective public offices shall be of the same gender, and Article 81C, which talks about the fair representation of persons with disability. And these are the principles that the electoral process is supposed to abide by. So if we were to measure the integrity and credibility of our elections just from Article 81, which lays down the principles by which the electoral process must abide by, then we can safely conclude that since 2013, we have not had a credible election in this country. Because if we have continued to exclude over half of our population, that is women, we have continued to exclude young people who make up over 70% of our population. We have continued to exclude persons with disability who make up a significant portion of our population, and the elections are about people. Then we can't say that elections are credible. We cannot be saying that the elections are only credible when Vigogo say it is credible. If we are left behind, then surely the Constitution envisions our full participation. So I think that these are some of the parameters that we need to look at. But because our status remains very low, this is not something that is looked at. I've seen that 800 persons with disability have actually petitioned the Supreme Court to nullify the elections on grounds of exclusion. I want to see how that petition will go, whether they are going to throw it out, because that's the right thing. Really, if the principles of the electoral process are not met, if the Constitution has given so much weight on free, fair, and credible elections, the Article 38 rights, which is Article 81(1), and it has given it as much weight as not more than 2/3 of elective members of public bodies should be of the same gender. It has given as much weight also to fair representation of persons living with disability as it has to a free, transparent, free from coercion, free from violence. If it has given all those things the same weight, and we can clearly see that certain principles were not met, then we can really say that we can call for a nullification of the entire process. But people are still not willing to go that far, which is why we continue to do the advocacy that we're doing. We have the Charter of Inclusion, which we are now going to pursue now that county governments are beginning to compose themselves. We want to see inclusion. But today we are here to talk about the just concluded exercise and how did women perform. We want to look at the numbers because the numbers tell a story. And we want to also look at what are the gaps, because we cannot continue doing the same things over and over again and expecting a different result. Cindy? And we've been doing the same thing over and over again for a long time. So we need to start thinking of doing things differently and looking at what exactly can we do differently to change the outcome of women. I've seen a lot of celebration. Hey, women have been elected. We have 7 female governors. We have more women. But when you look at the numbers, literally, we are moving lead-footedly towards our goal. We haven't even reached ground zero. So we are celebrating nothing. And I know that it may sound like pouring, cold water on excitement, but the reality is we have to agree that there's nothing we are doing. If we have not even hit ground zero, which is our starting point, because the Constitution has set 1/3 as the ground zero, not as the pinnacle, because this 2/3 is treated as though it is the pinnacle where we need to be. The pinnacle is supposed to be 50-50. That is the ideal. But the starting point is 1/3. That's the starting point. We have not reached the starting point yet. We are still at minus. And that should be cause for concern, because today people talk about when we go for meetings, sometimes the young people say, these old women like Akina Daisy. But let me tell you, we started this fight when we were in our 20s. Now we are growing old in the fight. The young people are calling us old. Very soon you will also be called old. You young people. So this is our fight. We must fight it together. We must be committed. And now we must join forces. We must join forces, young people, persons with disability, and women. This is our joint fight. It is our joint fight. Because I know sometimes the men, because the men like to cry about boy child when we talk about women. But we want to first of all appreciate the male champions that we have, because they are those men who have seen the unfairness of the continued exclusion of women. But we have to fight this fight together. Imagine if you are a woman with a disability, a young woman from a marginalized area. Can you imagine the kind of exclusion that you face? There are such levels of exclusion and marginalization that are unimaginable. So it's a real thing. And so this is a real fight. It's a fight for justice. And we know, one of the things I always say, men and women are different. I know there are those who want us to believe that we are not, but we are. And one of the things that make women uniquely different is that when a woman thinks of herself, a woman's concept of self is bigger than the individual. When women think of themselves, they think of their children, they think of their family, their parents, their extended unit. That's why women have that magic touch. whenever a woman is there, things are improved. Now, imagine bringing that perspective to leadership and decision-making, bringing those concepts that are far more than just individual thinking, bringing collective thinking. We've seen it, even with the numbers that we've had since 2013. We've seen things moving, socioeconomic issues actually being addressed, matrimonial issues, property issues, things that safeguard the family, protection from domestic abuse, you know? So we do need to have all perspectives on the table. And so this is everyone's fight. This is everyone's struggle. And men are not free until women are free. We have to do this together. It's a partnership that we are looking for. We are not looking to overthrow men. We are not saying kaeni kando tuwaonyeshe vile inafanywa. We are saying let's do this together. And we hope that we will find renewed strength today, even as we look at the ways forward in terms of what should be our next steps. How do we secure inclusion and participation of women, youth, and persons with disability for 2027? It may sound far away as we say it now, but I'm telling you, it's just round the corner. The days are going so fast, so we need to agree what we need to do, and we need to hit the ground running now. What electoral reforms we're going to do, how we're going to look at political parties. We're already beginning to see the mischief around that, you know. So let's have this dialogue. Please participate. Nobody here is a spectator. Everybody is here. We want to hear your views. We want to hear your insights. We want to hear your ideas. We want to hear your experiences. And we just want to share and agree. This is how we are going to move this conversation forward. This is how we're going to move this agenda forward. So welcome and feel at home, and thank you. Christine.
Thank you very much, Daisy. My name is Christine Jero. I am a member of the National Women's Steering Committee, a founding member. I am also a lawyer, but most importantly, and what I do on a day-to-day basis, I'm an advocate for women's rights. I don't like using the terminology gender. I keep insisting that women issues always get lost in that terminology, and we get into so many arguments over nothing. We'll suddenly, if I start saying, gender, people will start pulling me into the boy child, girl child debate that at times I think derails us for no reason. Now, I'm grateful for Crown Trust. One thing that Crown Trust keeps doing, it keeps us alert. It keeps us moving. Even when we are getting tired, Crown Trust comes and revives us. It always reminds us that, hey, by the way, hatujafika. You guys are celebrating, you have 7 governors. Hey, hatujafika. We need to continue doing, there is no time for sitting down. I remember when we got this brief and we were like, I see, tungoje hata results zitoke. And they were like, yeah. Nobody is waiting, everybody else is moving. People are convening. So as women, we need to sit and we need to continue, and we need to continue moving. So Crown Trust held a meeting last Thursday where we got to formulate and consolidate a memorandum on the prioritized areas after the elections that we just had. We were mainly concentrating on women, the youth, and people living with disability. And at this hour, I am just supposed to present to you the memorandum as it was found. When we started out, we were thinking we were going to have one big memorandum that was going to serve everybody. But we realized we have to be targeting different organizations. We have to be targeting the ORPP. We have to be targeting the IBC. We have to target Parliament and different bodies along the way. So we decided to come up with one, like a master and we shall be pulling from it and addressing the specific people that we want to address. So I don't know if my presentation is ready. We can proceed. Thank you, Lillian. Prior to that, Crown Trust had held a meeting on the scorecard of electoral integrity and inclusion, and many of us here had participated in that. And we had drawn 15 issues. And these 15 issues are mainly what have been used to feed into the memorandum. And as you're getting my report, maybe I can read them out aloud. The 15 issues were political parties reforms in accordance to the Constitution. The second one was the lack of transparency, availability, and access to nomination rules. It's basically an opaque process. We learned a new word this election. Adherence to the principles of the electoral system. The fourth one was accountability of political party fund and implementation of the Campaign Financing Act. It's always a very dark area. Then the strengthening and resourcing of the ORPP. The seventh one was electoral related timelines that should be, any legislation should not pass the 1 year, just like the Kriegler report had reported. We also had civic education that should cut across all aspects and within the 5-year electoral cycle, continuous and meaningful engagements, capacity building of newly elected leaders, and not forgetting especially the women and people with disabilities who ran and we don't know what usually happens to them. So we need some form of activities around that. Accountability on newly elected leaders, engagement with women, leaders that did not secure a seat, yes, I've already said that. And finally, we had the public participation in the community, in the county integrated and the annual development plans. Second page, please. So the first issue that we came up with in the memoranda, we are sorry, it's in Word, we had some form of technical disappointments. The issue 1 was on the integrity of the election process. The first issue was all election-related legislation should be concluded at least a year before elections and in line with the Kriegler regulations. We also, the problems we were facing with people going to court at the last minute, decisions coming in at the last minute, especially with regard to the register, with the KIMS and the manual register, that left a lot of people disenfranchised. Actually, me, for the first time, I have always thought that our fingerprints do not disappear, but KIMS has shown us when we work a lot with our hands, we will not have fingerprints. So we felt that legislations, especially even the one, there's somebody who ran to court the last minute with regard to the party lists that we had, that had been said that women, the regulations by the IBC that had ensured that parties had a specific number of women on the list, but somebody last minute too ran to court, and this completely destabilizes us. The second point was that IBC should fast track the reintroduction of the campaign financing regulations and including a public participation process as directed by the court, because finances continue to be our biggest undoing. Just a few weeks before the election, Uraia had engaged us to conduct a training for women, youth, and people living with disabilities. And one thing that came out clearly is that that problem, the finance problem, is disproportionate, is not proportionate. The women, you would talk to them at lunchtime, you talk to them at break time, and all they were talking about is, Christine, tutatoa pesa wapi? Pesa tutatoa wapi? But the young men were a bit more set in that way, that all they were concerned about is strategies za kushinda ni gani. But women, on top of strategies, they were really bugged about how they're going to print more posters. Of course, their opponents' posters had already started scaring them, because this time around, we have seen very advanced forms of billboards and posters, and everybody wanted to be at a certain level to be visible. So finances continue to be very problematic to women and youth and people living with disability. And then, of course, civic education should be undertaken continuously to address the challenges noted, voter apathy and voter registration. Now, the meeting we had on Thursday, we had discussions from different counties. And on voter registration, we realized that the youth had transferred their votes sometime back in 2017 and other election times to go and vote for certain candidates in other counties as far as Nairobi. And we had the people from Nakuru telling us that the youth would get there, even youth living with disability, and they would be turned away, and they're like, but your vote is in Nairobi. I don't even want to mention specific counties, but the counties were mentioned, that your vote is in Nairobi, you have no business being in this county. And when our observers went and asked, kwani kunaendaje? They're like, oh, by the way, 2017, mheshimiwa alikuja, akatupatia pesa, tukaenda tukampigia kura na akatutransport. Mheshimiwas have already established themselves now in Nairobi. They no longer need the youth's vote. And the kind of civic education that was carried out with regard to voter registration, I think it was not adequate, and it was not addressing all quarters. As I was discussing with my friend there, the youth are no longer watching television. The youth are on TikTok, and the youth are on Instagram. It doesn't matter which part of the country they are in, but all of them are watching their news and everything. So we need to be able to use targeted civic education. Another issue was on the party political primaries and other legislation. Okay, the political primaries bills and other legislation targeting intended to address a fair playing field for the women and other marginalized groups. We also, what happened this election when because of the negotiated kind of democracy that was happening, so many of our people, our marginalized groups were disadvantaged, and people had to go and become independent candidates. And whether we like it or not, and I know we are becoming advanced, we are having more people elected as independent, but whether we like it or not, there are some areas in this country where parties rule. So those are some of the issues that came up in the integrity of the electoral process, and they are not final. We would be happy if there are any additions. The second issue was conduct of political parties. And here we were saying we are going to target the office of the Registrar of Political Parties, who I'm sure is here with us, political parties themselves, and the Political Parties Liaison Committee. In view of the constitutional provisions on political party funding, we were thinking that we need to see how 30% of this fund can be set aside, and we ensure that it is implemented, that the fund that has been set aside is being used by people with disability, by youth, and by women. Am I too fast? Okay. Given the important role played by the political parties as vehicles towards the increase of women and other marginalized groups in elective positions, parties are encouraged to put in measures to ensure that more of us are in leadership party structures and the leadership and party structures. Even today, when 2022, it's ridiculous, Bwana, when we see some of these photos that are being taken of a whole party, and it's a whole line of men. You know, there are some that you keep looking and you're thinking, these men have eaten well. Not even that one woman that we consider the last minute, for gender, you know, gender balance. We continue to see, especially with the big two alliances. I've not felt the impact of women. Maybe we were all in the ground, So you're voting, I don't know, but it's becoming ridiculous every photo op I see. And then political parties should further encourage the continuous participation of these marginalized groups within the party leagues. We also felt that political parties need to put in place mechanisms to ensure free, fair, and participatory nomination processes to make it an equal playing field for all of us. We should not say now, oh, si mumeona mumeanza kuchagua kina mama because Nakuru has done what it did. And now we have suddenly started seeing on social media, hey, boy child is disadvantaged. I don't know that percentage that would make boy child disadvantaged this election just because one county, and we don't even know, do we know what the number of MCAs in Nakuru County is? We are not sure right now. And then noting the challenges with accessing the party information, including the party nomination rules and lists, we feel that parties should be compelled to facilitate this information in line with the Information Act. And that you like I read, I don't know if it's social media, because there's been a lot of disinformation and misinformation on social media. The other of the register of political parties effective carrying out of was protecting the target organization was the IBC. Kept hearing IBC saying, in fact, the case we have a rerun. Before the election, they kept saying, oh, we are underfunded. And this maybe could have affected some of the things that we saw, especially with regard to people living with disabilities. We had IBC themselves admit that they did not have translators for the deaf. So the deaf people actually had a very hard time at the polls. We also had, Braille, sorry, it was a Braille, sorry. Yeah, it was Braille, I apologize. They didn't have Braille, and so you can imagine, actually, people living with disability have every right to file that petition. In fact, I think it should be one of the reasons why the election is disqualified, because we are still Kenyans. Why are we behaving like a certain number of people cannot exercise their right to vote because we are refusing to fund an electoral management body, or maybe the electoral management body has misused the money, or they were just unaware. IBC should also utilize the constitutional and administrative provisions to enact regulations necessary for the effective conduct of its business, especially in the regulations of political campaigning to avoid the delays and vested interest from Parliament and other occasions, operationalization of the Primary Act. And then the IBC and other parties should adhere to the provisions of Article 81B on the conduct of elections. The fourth point, the fifth issue that came was on the public participation and civic engagement. As I had mentioned earlier, civic education should cut across all aspects of government as provided for in the Constitution and should be available to all citizens. And public and county governments should utilize the Public Participation Fund to ensure meaningful participation of their citizens. It should be meaningful participation, not the way they do it last minute and they're just calling their buddies and you're just coming here to read for you a list like I'm reading for you right now with big English and nobody seems to understand what's going on. The participation should be meaningful, and those of us working in the county should be able to monitor this and follow up. Mechanisms should be put in place to support the continuous capacity building of successful and unsuccessful candidates, with a view of creating a critical mass of marginalized groups. You know, I think one of the bravest things one of us in the marginalized groups can do is run for elections, especially elections as they are now, with all the drama, with all the insults we are facing on social media. You know, violence has moved from being physical, now it is all on social media. And I think where it is, I would rather you beat me than some of those things we are telling people on social media shamelessly. I think it's very brave when a person living with disability, when a woman comes out and decides she's running for a position. So it's very sad that somebody loses an election and tunamsahau tu katika kaburi la sahau. We don't engage them on how they are going to come back. So I think as much as we are saying that we are talking about we're addressing this to the county assemblies, I think, we're also saying we should address this to development partners and the civil society. Those are some of the people we should consider in our programming. Accountability and prudent use of resources was the fifth and the last issue. We said that civil society organizations should put in place a mechanism and tool to oversight government agencies at the county and government levels with a view of holding them accountable to election promises and mandates. We keep seeing that, like, there was that list that was published the other day with the amount of money that the government that is leaving the other person coming in. You know, we saw some running into billions. And there's a way we should hold the governments accountable that this does not happen, that the other governor that is coming should not be crippled by who started this project. It was not roads that were not of their mandate. And lastly, there should be a coordinated effort and oversight to ensure county and public and national government prioritize the completion of all existing projects, as I have just said. Now, those are some of the issues that were just drawn from a larger document that CrownTrust had developed. But from this meeting, we would appreciate if there are any we're going to listen to Daisy Amdanyi talk to us about the election observation reports that were done both by the National Women's Steering Committee. Oh, thank you. That was done both by the National Women's Steering Committee and the international and other national observers. We're also going to listen to two ladies who ran for elections, and they're going to tell us their experience. They're going to share with us, and we're going to support them. We're also going to have the honor of listening to the representative from ORPP, from GEC, from NCIC, Kenya Human Rights Commission, and AFCAA. So I welcome Daisy to come. Sorry? Oh, sorry, before we get that, the puppeteers are ready. Are you ready? Okay, the puppeteers are ready to entertain us as our speakers get ready.
Thank you, Hamjambo. Hello. Wave, if you can see me. Thank you very much. My name is Tony Mboyo. I come from the Kenya Institute of Puppet Theatre, whereby we use puppetry as a means of communication, development, and social change. So we are activists. We're going to present to you 3 shows today, but we'll do a small one this morning. So please welcome the puppeteers. Puppeteers, karibuni. The way we come, mama. The way we come as you see, we come. The way we find, mama. The way we find, mama. The way we find as you see, we find. The way we enter, mama. The way we place, mama. The way we place as you see, we place. The way we find, mama. The way we find, mama. The way we find as you see, we find.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I'm excusing me. Hello. Hello. Now we are going to tell you a beautiful story in mtaa wa Saba. We are going to find a young lady by the name Dada Maendeleo. Dada Maendeleo was a political activist for the longest time, but now came elections time, she decided to run for a political seat. Being a people's person, she was well loved. They decided to throw her a farewell party.
Aende mbele, Dada Maendeleo. Aende mbele, dada yetu wewe. Aende, ndio maana tunasema aende mbele. 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 Aende mbele, dada wetu we. Aende mbele, dada wetu we. Aende mbele. Ndio maana tunasema aende mbele. Ndio maana tunasema aende mbele.
Haya. Asanteni sana wafanyikazi wa hapa. Kama mnavyojua, Dada Maendeleo ameamua awache kazi zetu hapa na aweze kuenda kupasiu kiti cha MCA katika mtaa wa Saba. Kama mnavyojua, Dada Maendeleo amefanya mengi. Na sisi hapa kama shirika si tumeona mabadiliko ambayo ameleta. Si tumeona vitu ambavyo amefanya na sisi wote tumefurahia. Kwa hivyo ningependa kusema, Dada Maendeleo, njoo uongee na wenzako hapa, uambie kitu.
Asanteni sana. Wananchi ae. Wananchi ae. Sasa tumefanya kazi kwa hii CBO yetu. We have fought for the girl child. Tumehakikisha amesimama vizuri katika mtaa wetu. We have fought for people with disabilities. We have given them a voice, right?
Yes.
And we have made sure that they have stood firm. Now we have to cast the net wide. Sasa nataka niende nikuwe MCA, ndivyo niweze kupigania haki za PWDs kabisa, haki za msichana na haki za kijana, si ndio? Na mtasimama na mimi wakati wote. Mtasimama na mimi. Nataka muniunge mkono ili tuweze kusonga mbele, tuweze kukomboa hiki kijiji chetu.
Ndio manake na mimi.
Wananchi
Asante sana Mama Maendeleo. Mimi kama mama wa hii committee nita offer posters, nitapeana PA system ya campaign.
Na mimi nafungua group ya WhatsApp tumchangie pesa.
Kuna kitu ningetaka kusema.
Sema tu Mama Maendeleo.
There has been intimidation. Tumenyimwa kila kitu, tunaambiwa hata hatuna pesa. Lakini tutahakikisha tutasonga mbele na
Na kwa sababu ya hiyo, Mama Maendeleo, mimi nitajitolea kabisa kupatiana gari zangu zote kwa kampeni yako.
Asante.
Na kwa sababu ya hiyo si sherehe iendelee. Haya. Iende mbele na mama we, aende mbele
na mama we,
aende mbele.
ndio maana tunasema aende mbele.
Yes, after the farewell party, Dada Maendeleo began her political campaign. She went from door to door, market to marketplaces, church areas. She even politicized with even the people because she was closer to people. But she was faced with a lot of challenges. Like, they say, oh, you cannot lead us. You are a woman. Oh, you're very young. You cannot lead us. Oh, you don't even have enough money. How sure are you you're not even going to steal our money? Those and many other challenges, she faced them. Even the closest political party in her region denied her nomination ticket. But then Dada Maendeleo decided to run as an independent candidate. Now came the election day.
Haya. Asanteni sana kwaya, asanteni kwa hiyo wimbo. Sasa tunaenda ku announce the results. Na tunafurahia sana Dada Maendeleo, Mzee Kazana na Mzee Chupa. Sasa Mzee Chupa aliongoza na election vote ya 10,865. Alafu dada alifuata na 5,363. Asanteni sana. Sasa naenda kuita aspirants. Aspirants msongea hapa mbele.
Owe chupa.
Owe chupa.
Owe chupa. Owe chupa. Haya, asanteni sana. Nimeshinda hiki kiti cha hapa kwetu mtaa wa 7 na nimefurahia. Wewe mama, kuja tusalimie mikono, naweza kusaidia na kazi kwa ofisi yangu ukitaka. Lakini kwa sasa I am the winner of this elections and preparation. Sasa msijali. Kwa hivyo tuonane baadaye, twende. Oweyo.
Niliwacha kazi yangu lakini sikuweza kushinda. Kile ambacho ninasema, tutahakikisha we will make sure that we soldier on and we'll make sure that people with disabilities sauti yao imesikika, akina mama sauti imesikika, na hata vijana na wasichana sauti yao imesikika. Lakini kwa sasa tutakubali tu matokeo vile ambavyo yametokea, lakini we will continue to fight on, right? Yes, we shall continue. We shall not be cowed. Hatutaenda chini.
It was an whole year moment for Dada Maendeleo. So sad, even though she did not manage to acquire the MCA seat, she became a wall of fame from the people and girls in mtaa wa 7. A lot of girls envied her. A lot of women saw her as a point of support. But now, since elections are over, what does Dada Maendeleo do? Does she go back to her previous job? Does she start afresh? Will the community perceive her the same way? Let me ask you, for example, if you are Dada Maendeleo, what would you have done?
I would take that perceived failure and the platform of publicity that was given to me in the electoral process to create an even bigger platform to engage those young women, people with disabilities, and women in general into an organization that gives an even louder voice and holds the elected leader to account and entrenches the rights of women and people with disability. I'd continue. I'd crusade. I would not let it die. I would ride on that tide.
Yeah, thank you. Let me ask you, if you are Dada Maendeleo, will you walk in the streets, your head held high like the other days, or will you feel ashamed, or what will have you done?
Thank you. I don't know why you chose me, but yeah, thank you. Depends on many things. Did I lose fairly? Of course, for women, I don't know whether we have very small hearts or we're just very emotional. Sometimes we feel so downtrodden when we lose unfairly, of course. But one thing I didn't hear Dada Maendeleo talk about, especially during these 2022 elections, is that the win had just been postponed. I think there was that word by many of them, that the win has just been postponed. And that just tells you that we're going to walk our heads high because our win has been postponed. And probably we will put our strategies better for 2027. And of course, our win will have come then.
Yeah, thank you. You see, these and many other challenges are what women face in the political arena. But at the end of the day, we'll soldier on and move on strongly. We always live another day to fight another day, to fight another battle, and we'll eventually emerge soldiers and winners. Thank you.
The way we move, mama. The way we move, mama. The way we move as you see, we move. The way we find, mama. The way we live, mama. The way we live as you see, we live. The more we place, mama. The way we place, mama. The way we place. Thank you.
Loud enough, but when I have the mic, I'll use it. Thank you so much, KIPT. It's an absolute privilege to watch XYZ live. Please let's give them another hand clap. Yeah? How many of us have watched them live before? So we are going to have our next speaker, who is Daisy Amdanyi. Daisy needs little introduction to us. She is the Executive Director of Crown Trust and the convener of the National Women's Steering Committee, the NWSC. She is known and not just known, she has done so much for women in leadership in this country. She has followed up on legislation. She has initiated legislation. She has convened all of us when we are getting tired. And for that, we are forever grateful to her. So let's give a hand clap for Daisy as she comes to talk to us about the observation reports.
Thank you, Christine, and good morning once again. So all those things that Christine says that I have done, we have done together. It has not been a journey on our own. Many of you, even those of you who have taken this message to the counties, you know, we have our county point persons here, the National Women's Steering Committee coordinators, who also are champions to make sure that even at the grassroots level, the message is heard. And I really like, the other day I bumped into, well, not the other day, but some time ago, I bumped into a legislator and he said, you better know that your work is effective, you know, because these days, even when we are in parliament, you're setting up a committee, you are doing things, they say, hey, we must make sure that we have gender. So, you know, Kina Daisy want us to be dissolved. They will go to court. They will sue us. They will. So they are always, they know that you are going to give them trouble, you know? And of course, they are very unhappy with us because we want them dissolved. In fact, we will be going to court because parliament is improperly constituted and it has no business transacting any business because they have not met the 2/3 gender principle. And by the way, remember, Justice, the former retired Chief Justice, Maraga, he gave an advisory for the dissolution of parliament. And you know, parliament is a house that exists in perpetuity. So that dissolution order remains live. They tried to go to court to silence it. Anyway, they did some funny business. We were then told that we are not even allowed to discuss it by the courts. But we are going back and we are going to say, this house is improperly composed. So either they implement the 2/3 gender principle immediately, put in place the law, nominate the women, ingiza wa mama. La sivyo, bunge ivunjwe. And you know, if you break parliament, there is no government. So it's real. And we just have to keep pushing. You know, you also have to understand that part of their strategy is to wear us down. And many people have gotten tired. And even me, there are times I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, we can't always be, you know, people see you on TV and they're like, ah, that one, she's just going to be on 2/3, 2/3, 2/3, you know. And there's a fatigue around it, but that's what they want. They want us to get tired so that we throw in the towel. And you know what they have shown is that you can actually get by shortchanging women. There is no political cost to shortchanging women. So we must make sure that that political cost is evident. Otherwise, they are not going to move. And so we must use all means lawful to ensure that our rights that as guaranteed by the Constitution are enjoyed. So first of all, what I want us to look at is the numbers. You know, the reason why I want us to look at the numbers is so that we can also have a discussion to see what went wrong. What went wrong? Why didn't things work out the way we wanted them to? We always believed that more women on the ballot equals to more women elected. Cindy, this is what we've been saying. More women at the ballot means more women elected. And we did have an unprecedented number of women on the ballot this time. First of all, at the presidential level, even though we didn't have a female, well, we had some female presidential candidates that were struck out, yeah, at the beginning. So you remember, you people watched the presidential debates, not so? So you got to see the presidential candidates. So we did have, I think we had 2 female presidential candidates, three, but they didn't make it. One made it to the debate, but they were culled along the way. However, on the ballot, we had 4 presidential candidates, 3 of whom had female running mates. And one of them made the race very exciting. We all remember Justina. Yes, I mean, she was vibrant. She knew what she was talking about, even with their outrageous ideas, but she was defending them, and Paka, they were looking like a plan, you know. So, I mean, the thing is, women given a chance can hold their own. And of course, our very own Martha, a phenomenal woman leader. Whatever the case, whatever the outcome, we cannot deny that Martha Karua is a formidable woman leader in this country and has been a woman. She's a woman known for integrity. In fact, I know many, many people, non-partisan, were very excited about her appearance on the ticket. So we had 3 women running mates. Then we had also a very high number of, if you go up, Dennis, go up first. Or is it, yes, like that. So we had a total of 23 women running as governors, okay? Which I think was the highest number ever. 23 women running as governors and 58 women running as running mates of governors. We even had 2 gubernatorial tickets that were female tickets, you know, and that's a good thing, because you remember when the now Chief Justice, Martha Koome, applied for the seat of the Chief Justice, many people were like, hey, she can't be Chief Justice. And then the DCJ, the Deputy Chief Justice, is also a woman. See, they only change the rules when it comes to women. Nobody has any problem with the man, the president being a man, the deputy president being a man, the Speaker of the National Assembly being a man, the Speaker of the Senate being a man. But when you want to put a woman and a woman president and deputy, everybody's in shock. So I also laud those women who dared to present a female-only ticket, where the governor and running mate were both women. So we had two such tickets. So at the end of the day, let's see, so we had 23. These are the ones who are running, 23 governors and 58 running mates. Let's go, go. Keep going, we go to the senators. So these are the names. So you can actually get them if you want to get the names of those who vied. These are the names of those who vied. You can see there were many. So we go to now senators. We had senatorial candidates, go up, keep going. We had a total of 44 senatorial candidates, female, running on different parties and independent candidates, a total of 44 women. And members of National Assembly, let's go. We had a total of 227, I believe, women running for the National Assembly seats. Keep going. Of course, we had more than one woman running for the seats, so we had 227. So you can see, we don't know how many for MCA, because the IEBC did not desegregate by gender their lists. So we have no idea how many vied in the MCA seats. And it's difficult to tell because some of the names we are not clear. You know, they are not Susan and Dennis. Some of those names, you can't tell whether they're male or female. So we did have an unprecedented number of women on the ballot. These are the ones who they were walionekana. They were there to be voted for. So how did they do? Let's now go to the analysis. Not that one, the analysis, the other one, not this one. These are dual gender seats. The other? That one. Okay, so how did we do? So in parliament, so this is what our parliament looks like now. Just to give you perspective, because I know everybody has been jumping up and down, celebrating, wow, 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 women. But I want to tell you, it is not yet Uhuru. There is no time for celebration yet. We are so far. Why do I say we are so far? Remember, I told you a third is what? You see, you people have not been paying attention. I said a third is what? It's ground zero. A third is ground zero. That's our starting point. So how many members of parliament do we have in the National Assembly? Total, the whole house. How many members of parliament do we have? 349. So the total number of seats in the National Assembly is 349. That is 290 elected from dual gender seats. Those dual gender seats are seats that are available to be vied for by both men and women. Those are the constituency seats. We have 47 women rep seats, and then we have 12 nominated seats for a total of 349. If you add the speaker, who is also a member of parliament once they are elected, you have a house of 350. So 349 members. So what is a third of 349? We sasa ungeanguka hesabu, ungeanguka kama ni exam. What is a third? We've been fighting for a third since 2010, and you don't know. We should have, these are numbers we should have on our fingertips. 117. So a third of 349. And let me tell you, we must remember, because we're not even saying a third. Remember, we're saying not more than 2/3, okay? So when you do 2/3, when you come to 2/3, it gives you the number 223 point something, 0.6 or something, isn't it? If you do 2/3 of 349, it will give you 223.6 something, isn't it? In class, when we were being taught maths, assuming that we were taught correctly, we were told that when the decimal is above 5, you do what? You round off to the next, the highest, isn't it? So in a figure like that, if you get 223.6, you would round it off to 220, 224, isn't it? But for this, if you round it off to 224, you get what? You actually get more than 2/3, okay? Because you're supposed to ensure not more than 2/3. So you cannot round it off to the upper number. It must remain on the lower number so that you do not have more than 2/3, right? So once you take away from 349, 223, you are then left with 117. So your 117 is the minimum number of the opposite gender that we need for our house to be compliant, for the parliament to be properly composed, to meet with the provisions of Article 27(8) that says that in every elective and appointive public bodies, you cannot have more than 2/3 of the same gender. So our number that we are looking for is 117. So how well have we done? We could have gotten 117 easily, wouldn't we? Because we had 227 women on the ballot. But how many actually made it? When we look, green shows us the number of elected women, and they were only 29 women who were elected on the dual gender seats, that is National Assembly, okay? From the 290 constituencies, only 29 of them were elected. Then we add on the 47 women representatives, and then we have the nominated women in the National Assembly. Here, we have assumed that IEBC will do the right thing, because as a creature of the Constitution, IEBC has a responsibility to the Constitution. Now, the nominated seats, those 12 seats, the provision of how they are filled are found in Article 90 of the Constitution, which provides that they must alternate between male and female. So every party submits a list of the alternating between male and female. For the past 2 elections, their lists have always begun with male. And because they have always begun with male, we always have only 5 women elected. Because if you start with the men, then five, which we women from the nominated seats. So Ila is going to be about the nominations, because we've already seen meted before elections. And we also, they were gazetted and they were published in the newspapers. How many of you saw the list of those who would stand nominated if their parties won. Now, those lists, they are called closed lists, meaning they cannot change, okay? So that after the elections, based on the number of seats won by a party, IBC then assigns the number of seats that will go to each individual party. So party A is told you number 1 to 2, those are yours. Number 1 to 5 are on the Owako. But now what we have seen, as Christine alluded to, is that political parties are changing people around. So like certain preferred candidates, because like a certain party was only qualified for 1 seat, so they have raised the person they want and removed the person who was number 1 on the list. That is unlawful. And we need to challenge that in court, because already we have an issue with the way they do nominations, because nominations are also understood to be a type of election. So there has to be competitive processes, even within the political party, to list people, to place people on the list. But we know it is not like that. It is inky, pinky, ponky, my sister, my mother, my daughter, my son, my who, that's how they do it. So then when you look at the people who've been nominated, and not just at national level, they do this at the counties and all. They nominate people, even you can be nominated from Nairobi to go and sit in Wajir's County Assembly. They did it last election, and we know they are doing it this election. So we need to scrutinize the nomination process and go to court to have it done properly. So with these numbers, assuming they hold and assuming we get the 6 nominated seats, we shall have a total of 82 women in the National Assembly. So 117 minus 82 equals? Eh? Eh? We don't know maths. We have become like IBC. We don't know how to count. At critical moments, we don't know how to count. Eh? Ati? So 34, 35, 36. Ni wangapi? Eh? No, it is 117. 35. So for Parliament, National Assembly to be properly composed, they need to add 35 more members. That is what we want them to do. We want them to implement the necessary legislation and to nominate those additional members so that it is. And Iganga, you are not paying attention. I took you to class. I told you if you round off 223.6 to 224, it becomes more than 2/3. So 223, 349 minus 223 equals 117. Sawa. Higher to the Senate. Let's go to the Senate. In the Senate, out of the 44 women who vied, only 3 were elected. That is the same number of what we had in 2017. So there has been no improvement in the composition of the Senate. A third for the Senate to be compliant, because Senate, the total number of seats are 67. So a third of that is 22. So we have a total of the women elected into the Senate, we have 3. Then we have these special members, 20 of them, 16 of whom are women only. And then we have 2 youth, 1 man, 1 woman, and then 2 persons with disability, 1 man, 1 woman. So for women, we have a total of 18 nominated seats, right? And so once those are filled, we will have, together with the elected 3, we should have a total of 21. So we are only missing 1 seat for them to be compliant. So at least they are closer, okay? For the gubernatorial positions, a third of 47 is how much? You guys, we've been doing this since 2010. We should know this by heart. By heart. So you can see I'm not consulting anything because we've been so used to doing it. I know them by heart. Remember how we used to know our times tables by heart? Hapana, sasa inaonekana hii CBC it's not doing well. People are not doing well in maths. 16, yes. And by the way, if ever you are in question, always go back to the Senate. They actually tried to meet a third in the Senate by giving those 16 nominations. 16 is actually a third of 46. Elections, mali watu lakini it seems there are people. So we can do 7, 8, 15, 16 equals. These are the goals. These are our goals, okay? We're trying to get a third of women into these positions. So do you see that we are still very far? Very, very far. And remember that our ultimate goal is who? Is 50-50. Cindy, I know the men, when they hear 50-50, because like now already the men have started complaining. They're like, oh, with all these women, I've been seeing very, very, very nasty memes about Nakuru, about if now these women all decide to go into menstruation in one day, the county is finished. You know, things like that. Men are saying things like, we are so done. How are we going to live anymore? The women have taken over. Is this taking over? You know, we are nowhere near taking over, and we're not even looking to take. But what I'm trying to show you is that we're still very far behind. We're still very, very far behind. And while I do agree that we should celebrate those that have made it, but we must not be encouraged to celebrate crumbs that are falling off the high table, because these are crumbs. It's like Christine talked about. When you look at the political parties, it's a male affair, and that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. Women are not participating in the electoral process, in political parties. They're in there to be flower girls, really, literally, no decision-making powers at all. People, if you are a senior official in a political party and you can be removed from a party list without your consent or knowledge, that's how, and you've been a party official for 10 years, you know, that says a lot. That really says a lot. So it also speaks to the political party culture that we have. And why are we seeing these numbers? Just up until the last day for parties to nominate candidates, you know, to submit their lists for candidates to the ballot, there was a court order. It was only stayed a day before. That court order was gotten by the Katiba Institute in 2017, where the courts instructed IEBC that they must come up with other measures to meet the 2/3 gender principle. And IEBC decided they're going to do that. And they put out a notice to all political parties participating in the election that if their lists did not meet 2/3 gender principle, they would be totally rejected. So we expected that political parties would ensure that at least a third of the people on their lists were of the same gender. But look, this tells us a lot, because we've seen where parties are dominant and women had those tickets, they won easily, easily. So it means political parties were not complying. They were not compliant. And Adrian Kamotho was representing more than one party. So what does that say? It's about our political parties. Our political parties are the primary gateway to the elective seats. Yet they are the ones who have caused a jam. They are not allowing women onto ballots. They're not allowing women onto the field. They're not allowing young people. They're not allowing persons with disability. And this is a problem. So we need to go back to the political party. That's where the reforms must begin. And they cannot just be a law unto themselves. They are paid by the public purse. And if women truly are taxpayers, which we are, then our tax money should also facilitate our participation in the political processes. So this is an indictment on us, you know, in terms of, indictment on the political parties in Kenya, and also the institutions, the electoral management bodies, ORPP, because ORPP needs to ensure, I don't know if Jane from ORPP is here, she was to join us. ORPP are the regulator, Jane is here. ORPP are the regulators of political parties. They should make sure that by the time political parties are coming up for elections, they are compliant, that they are complying with the constitution. They should not be allowed to participate. And we need to strengthen, because congratulations to Anne Derito, she's really streamlined them. But there is impunity in this country, and our political parties are really, they are mired in a lot of impunity. They don't want to be told anything. They are a law unto themselves. So we have a problem, and that problem begins at the political party level. Kenyans don't have a problem electing women. Kenyans do not have a problem electing women. But our political parties are not putting women out there. And you are always disadvantaged, because so many of these women ended up having to go in as independents because of what happened in the political parties. And running as an independent is an uphill task, given that our political landscape is a money contest. IBC failed to implement the Campaign Financing Act. So you are up against money. You know, it's a real money contest. So if you're there trying to talk, and then Kenyans, and Alice Correa is here, I know she'll talk about it, but she said something so profound to me when we were talking. She said, Kenyans have been conditioned to sell their votes, you know? So it becomes very difficult. You go there, you talk, they say, mkono mtupu haulambwi. Sasa we umekuja hapa na sera nzuri, lakini sasa utatuacha hivi tu, you know? And they will leave you like that. So we have a problem. We saw open bribery, cops, IBC, everybody there. And it's like people are defeated to know what to do. We saw open public, you know, abuse of public office, cabinet secretaries campaigning on the top of vehicles, campaigning for one candidate. Those cars are fueled by our tax money. That's not what our tax money is for. These days, they put civilian number plates so that you don't know these are GK cars. We need to insist all government vehicles should have government number plates so that people don't misuse public money. You talk about the wage bill, but there's so much waste going on. Cabinet secretaries campaigning, use of public resources to campaign. And we saw this on every side. None of them, if we were to really measure this campaign based on integrity, the standard of integrity that our constitution sets, we didn't have an election. We didn't. Guys were campaigning for 4 years. Chebukati used to talk to the wind, telling people, don't campaign. They are like, we are meeting our supporters. We are not campaigning. That time they are campaigning. Campaign. So it's an indefinite campaign time. There is no defined campaign time. So now when do you start campaigning? Where do you get money to campaign like that? So there's so many disadvantages just because the law is not upheld in any way. So this is a problem. This is a problem. We have many problems. So now we also observed, many of you here and others not here, those who are streaming in from other parts of the country, we deployed observers. And so we were looking at, just basic standards. From a gender perspective, how did the observation go, And while we didn't see some of those fantastic things that we are reading in petitions, there were evidences of, some things just not right. But by and large, it seemed okay until it wasn't. Voters prevented from voting. There were, some who were prevented from voting for different reasons. Keep going. You know, on average, at least we've seen IBC in terms of officials of the electoral management body, they try to ensure there's gender balance. So on average, there were at least 2 female, polling officials, at least 2. In some instances, there were more, but at a minimum, there were at least 2. And this was in every polling station, which is good, because at least they are trying to show that there was, representation. The secrecy of the booth, although we did see some incidences where people are coming in to insist that I want to vote for my spouse so that I make sure she votes how we have agreed. But generally, by and large, there was secrecy. We did have some complaints of persons with disability who were not able to vote secretly because they needed assistance, and some of that assistance was not available. So, you now need to expose who you are voting for. So, and also because some of the booths were too high for persons with disability, they actually could not reach. Those who were in wheelchairs, they could not reach to access to vote. Majority were assisted when they did ask for assistance. Let's keep going. Challenges for women voters accessing the polling station, just a few, but by and large, they were able to access. Intimidation and incitement of voters, it was there. And interference, I even saw it at my own polling station, where you arrive and you are being told who to vote for, and there's all these people milling around. Where madhe ukienda hapo uhakikishe upigie so and so, So I mean, and it's not allowed, and the cops are there, and people, they're just hanging around watching as you get intimidated, Electoral malpractices were there, there were cases where people were being bribed, and you start with the police, bribe the cops, then bribe. There was materials, put up, even pasted on the road, which is not allowed. People wearing, paraphernalia for candidates. This was evident in quite too many. I mean, not all, but enough to show that we had a problem in terms of reining in that kind of behavior. Of course, there were acts of violence in some places, but one of the things we must agree here, because our police always get a bad rap, but our police did very, very well. They did an excellent job. Where there were incidences of violence or even people trying to cause those skirmishes, they were on hand quickly to put it out. So, I mean, we really appreciate that. Those, expectant women and women with babies. By the way, this time we didn't see rent a baby. You remember in the last elections, people were skipping the queues renting babies, but we didn't see that this time around. I think now they've made the lines shorter and faster. And maybe also it was because the turnouts weren't so high. Elderly persons with disability were given priority voting. Agents were allowed to be in there. I think apart from some of you where you went in and there were too many, I think there was a lot of interest. So some of the polling stations and centers were small. So where it was crowded, people were being told, go and, look somewhere else because hapa kumeja. Tallying of votes was done as mandated by law, at least for those, now we are saying for those of us who saw it was done. We don't know whether it was different ones that were uploaded into the portal, but for our observers, and they sent us the images of the Form 34A. So we have verified that they were the ones, at least for the counties where we were observing, and we observed in about 8 counties. And then it was also good to see that there were officials who had, disabilities, which was good, you know, so that they can also have a voice for the persons with disability there. And so just making sure that all the things that were needed for a successful election were actually there. So that percentage is there. This report, you can actually get it on our website if you want to look at it more. Let's go. I think we did this one. Keep going. So, of course, ballot boxes shown to be empty. If there were missing materials, they were replaced in good time. Keep going. Was there manual voters register? Yes. Areas where Kim's kit did not work, we did have some of those. We had some people who were turned away, kabisa. They actually were not allowed to vote. So you have decided we are done. Okay. That's fine. You can get the whole report. You can get the reports, and there's a more comprehensive word report on that. So, I mean, in terms of elections and the process on the day, that wasn't too much. Our issues are pre-election, and I think that one of the biggest challenges that we have is too much focus on the end of the process. You know, the general election is the end of the process. Elections are not an event, they are a process. And our party primaries are, we do have a report on party primaries. I'm telling you, that is where the process begins. Our primary processes are mired in opacity, confusion, dishonesty, exclusion, and these are the political parties. So we need to start focusing on our primary processes, including looking at our political parties. This obsession that we have with the general election should just be the process by which the truth of this process, this electoral process, is verified. How people get onto the ballot matters. That's the electoral process. Who gets onto the ballot? Is the ballot inclusive? Does it ensure, do our primary processes ensure that the will of the people is manifested? Do we participate? That's another thing, because as Kenyans, we complain about the quality of leaders that we have. But what we saw, because we also observed the primaries, my goodness, people don't participate in the primaries. We've actually left the primaries to the masses, to those people who are, you know, the masses who either they're unemployed or the people who do manual labor, because we saw many people coming from Jengo, Nanini, you know, rushing to vote their preferred candidate before the primary polls close. But how many of you, just by a show of hands, let's see, how many of you actually participated in the nomination exercise, as in you actually went and voted for your preferred candidate? Let's see by a show of hands. Let's see, put your hand up. Now look, in this room, we are how many? These are less than 10 people. Maybe more, slightly. Primary. So what do? We wait until we go to the elections, then you enter the booth and you say, now who are these? Now, who am I going to? So now what is this? Isn't that how we behave? But our akina nani walichaguliwa in another process, a very important process. Yeah? Ambaye haukujihusisha. How many of you are actually card-carrying members of a political party? See, there is the other problem. We are not members of political parties. So how are we going to shape these outcomes if we are not even members of political parties? We sit on the sidelines and watch from TV, like the way we watch Arsenal, or you watch, because I don't watch Arsenal, Nanini. So these are teams you're so invested in, but you're not a member of the club, not anything. But you find people, they're so invested, they quarrel, they stay up, they follow it, everything. I'm always Manchester, Arsenal, what is the other one? Liverpool, and they're always quarreling with each other. Our people are doing so, and they will even say, oh, my team, and it's not even your team, because you're not a member of that team. You just watch on TV, and that's how we treat our politics. That's how we treat our politics. We refuse to get involved. It's pretty much the same way we treat our public participation. We tell people you must go public participation, but when it's advertised, you're like, oh, I'm busy, I'm what, you can't be bothered, yeah? And this is how they continue to manipulate processes. So the problem is on both sides. It's our problem, it's a party problem, but it's also our problem. When we were doing the Charter of Inclusion, we were very shocked to discover the percentage of women in political parties. Of the 82, were they 82 or 88 parties participating in the elections, a total number of 38% of those members were women. So even as we say we are going for 50-50, tutawatoa wapi? Persons with disability, your representation was 0.6% members of political parties. So 0.16 or 0.02 disability membership. So we talk about fair representation of persons with disability. Mutatolewa wapi? Munataka hizi kura ziwatafute kwa kitanda. You know, youth, don't even laugh. Young people saying the future, nothing without us, nothing for us without us. Okay, 44%. Yet you're 70%. So we are also part of this problem. But let me stop there, because we have Jane from the political parties who will tell us more of the challenges and what we can do. But what I'm saying is we are still very far behind. And so there's no relaxing. Hapa hakuna kucelebrate ati wamama wameingia, wamama hawajaingia, wachache wameingia. We need the numbers. We need to see those numbers. Wakiwa 117, bungeni tutasema wamama wameingia. For now, we say congratulations to those who've made it, but not yet to Uhuru. So we need to pull up our socks. And of course, as we continue today, we are closing with Way Forward. So, tea. Oh, I'm told that there is tea, there is a snack, and I'm being told to pray for tea. So, please let us rise. And we shall pray for the tea. Our dear Heavenly Father, we ask that you will bless and sanctify these gifts as we receive them with thanksgiving. In Yeshua's name we pray, amen. But I would ask, pick your tea and come back to the table, since we are trying to redeem time. So please pick your tea and your snack and come back to the table so that we can continue. Christine, over to you. But I would ask, pick your tea and come back to the table. We are trying to redeem time. So please pick your tea and your snack and come back to the table so that Christine, over to you. Oh, it is not sticking up.
Bandao, gimmette sabare, ganda mitte gisulie nitkia sotiena. Igetemi, engoma simi singa bayam keve goma sina. Ilendi jeso alama like onge ayena ine. Amumi te jeso nyanje tori asatuliza bari. Hatutao go pakamwe, tunasonga mbele, mbele, mbele.
Those who are testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. Test mic. Maana hili nisikie hivi sound vibaya. Testing. 1, 2. Testing.
We go carry the gold, there is no stopping. We go carry the gold, go, go. We go carry the gold, there is no stopping. We carry the gold.
Thank you. Hello. Iko sawa? Iko sawa. Iko poa.
Sure.
Do we all have a cup of tea? Can we proceed? Wameiwasha sasa hivi ilikuwa thank the one when we are seeing your contributions and put a chat. We shall get back to you and we shall of course include you at plenary. Now I'd like to invite Irene Soila. Irene Soila works with the Kenya Human Rights Commission. She's the programs advisor for political pluralism and diversity. And I think she's the best person to come to us and talk to us about elections, integrity reforms. We want to know where we are and what the plan is for the next 5 years. Karibu. And Angaza. Sorry.
Good mornings. It's the hardest time to speak when everyone else is eating because the concentration is between the cup, you know, and the other hand that is also picking on something. But yeah, allow us to have a conversation. It's important that we are together. So thank you so much for Crown Trust for inviting me to speak about electoral integrity a few days after an election. I don't know whether to say the best election ever, but yeah, we all know what it was. But yeah, so as said, my name is Irene Soila. I work for Kenya Human Rights Commission and also a member of Angaza Movement, a consortium of civil society organizations from the grassroots and also at the national level that was closely monitoring and responding to the election, the 2022 elections. Crown Trust is a member of Angaza Movement. So allow me, because I had done something, but then I realized most of the things that Daisy spoke about. I don't have to belabor, I don't have to repeat. So I'm just going to look at the critical integrity issues that we need to focus on just after we are still fresh from an election. Probably we have different experiences that we had when we were monitoring, if we got an opportunity to monitor, and also just participating. There are many nuances that you may have seen in the electoral process that moving forward should be some of the key issues that we need to address, either adopt or cure, to give us a process that is free, fair, and credible. So allow me to so as you take your tea, please go ahead, but I'll be speaking, but also be, like trying to make sure that you're all listening to me. And I just want to start by asking ourselves, is it even necessary to have a process that is credible? Is it necessary? Maybe yes, maybe not. Yes, because Kenya is the state of nations. And a state of nations must appreciate that everyone in its counts. Everyone is important and everyone must be felt in one way or the other. Kenya, since 1992, we have been mad with electoral integrity issues. Since the beginning of our democratic journey, we have struggled with a free, fair process, and I don't think we are anywhere closer to attaining that unless we sit down and ask ourselves, what is our problem? I was looking at the 2007 election, since that turned this country into a conflicted, a war zone. And we clearly did not probably learn from that. If we may have learned, probably we might have learned segments of what transpired, but we are not going to let out the key issues that we need to address. For Kenya to have a free, fair process, it gave itself a constitution. The 2010 constitution is one of the best progressive laws in the country. Perhaps we ask our constitution in such a bit and political equality. We are not yet there. In 2013, we went to another election. An election that still had issues of integrity raised. It is in 2013 that we introduced processes that we felt were going to enhance and we introduced justify an election that was free, fair, that we are still grappling with since at least 1992, when I can already tell. Maybe before then, those who are before us will tell us, but at least from 1992, when you could understand the electoral processes, we have been struggling with that, with the integrity of our processes, with the integrity of our elections. That has given us, that have taken us back to it is only during elections that I get to know, by the way, Daisy, jina yako ni Jerop. It is only during that election. The rest of the time, I know you as Daisy. It is only in elections that you get to know. Unaniuliza, by the way, unatoka county gani? Yet I'm in Nairobi. It is, by the way, just look at it critically. It is during that time we get to know, really, we have a way that we define ourselves. It is simply because we have not appreciated the need to have all of us on the table. We want to imagine where if you need to be in a table, you can be in a table somewhere in Narok County. That's where you belong. You can be on a table somewhere in Nyeri because that's where you belong. It does not matter whether integrity, how you interpret it, is how you interact with the electoral process, but even how you just interact with your fellow Kenyan is a question of integrity, is a question of realism. Are we living the time? Are we appreciating that a state of nation must accommodate all of us? To promote integrity, what do we need to do as Kenyans? First, as Kenyans, what does the government need to do? What does the agencies need to do? We have all those that need to be done to at least be able to promote the integrity of our elections. As a Kenyan, I must appreciate that it is a competitive process that has to have everyone, regardless of who they are. Whether I am from Siju where, it is a competitive, and everyone has a right to vote and to be voted or to participate in whichever way in an electoral process. So that is something you need to know as an individual before you ask the agencies, the government to do the part. It is also a responsibility of Kenyans to make sure that, or a citizen, or a voter for this case, to make sure that they hold the government to account, to make sure that it is going to ask, or they are going to ask critical questions to these institutions that are mandated to spearhead the elections. It is our role. How you ask it is another thing. But you have that responsibility. It is also the responsibility of an individual to understand the electoral processes so that you are engaging from an informed position. I know the government or the agencies have a responsibility to equip you with that, but also make sure that you understand the processes. Okay. This is a general issues that if we do not adhere, if we do not take note of them, they will definitely affect all constituencies and disproportionately to the marginalized groups. So I'm speaking here, understanding that we all have a responsibility. What is the responsibility of the electoral management bodies? All electoral management bodies and agencies governing the elections must meet the legal and administrative processes. In 2022, our Political Parties Act was being enacted in March, and on 14th, we were already on political primaries. Did anyone see that? Did anyone interact with the Political Parties Act? In fact, when I interacted with the Political Parties Act, I went to present to the Senate and they asked, and I had read the document, but see, I'm reading the document theoretically, but not practically, because I do not understand what are these provisions being fronted. So when I went to the Senate and I was asked, there's one of the provisions about coalitions of parties. And I remember I was seated here and Alice Nderito, Anne Nderito was seated next to me. And I was asked about the coalition, and I had read theoretical, and I read the law, trying to do a comparative. I realized there's something I need to propose here. And I proposed, and I said, as a citizen of this country, I do not have to be boxed into a coalition. Same to a party. I cannot be fixed into a coalition that does not speak to my needs or interests. What I meant was, I can leave a coalition when I so need, because I feel it is no longer representing me. My friend, I saw that juzi. What is the name of that party ya kutoka Wajia? Moved from UDM. It moved from one coalition to another coalition. And I'm like, was that really what we were saying? Yes, from coalition of parties to another coalition now of parties. So is that really what we were trying to say? You see, already at first, when we were making those proposals, it's because theoretically we felt it was the best thing to do. But in practice, we didn't see it like it was going to also impede on democracy. Because the moment we have, probably, for example, and this is just speaking objectively, the moment we have a government that is trying to make sure that it is defeating or, what is it called? Weakening the opposition, then the role of the opposition will not be felt. Of course, you all know that in parliament, it is the numbers that matter. So if the opposition do not have the numbers, then laws, policies will be passed, some of which are not going to speak to the public. But because we are attached to our political parties and alienations, we are ending up doing these things to impress and not objectively looking at what speaks to us as a nation. Yeah. So we must be able to look at those things, those parameters, and see that we are, sorry, my laptop has got down. And see that we are responding and we are safeguarding the democracy of this country beyond now. And also just when we are developing laws, at least we make sure that we're doing this 1 year before the elections. The Elections Act was coming to Parliament in May. Before we even, and for you to be able to implement a law, you must first understand what is it trying to bring forth. If you don't understand, then you're likely going to go to court or conflict with the law because you have not gotten time to interact with the law. So if and only if, and for us to be able to promote our integrity, we must meet all these thresholds. We must be able to, or the government must be deliberate around resourcing electoral management bodies and on time, so that when these processes are being put, because Daisy has just mentioned that elections is not an event, it is a process. And the processes are also financial constraining. If you don't have the finances, then you're not able to do civic education. If you do not have the finances, you're not able to purchase a technology on time so that that technology can be put into some form of, practice before it now becomes one of the tools you're going to use in an election. For us to be able to promote the integrity from our own experiences of 2017 and 2022, our courts or our court orders must be respected, and not just respected, but also implemented. You realize that the women have been going to court. There are many orders. But has they ever been implemented? None. Have they been respected? None. If we are not able to respect our laws, if we are not able to respect those court orders, then our systems, we continue with the same problems that we are facing to date. The technologies for us to promote an integrity or an elections that is free, fair, and credible. The technology that we are going to have and data protection is vital. How many of us found themselves in a party that they do not belong, that they did not have consented to? Many Kenyans, how many of us found as you have been registered, you registered here, but you find your name in somewhere? There's someone who told me that his name is in Wajir. Our process, our data must be protected. Even if I was once in Wajir, doesn't mean I still live in Wajir. I have since registered to be in another area. So all these processes must be put together so that we are enhancing the integrity of our elections. We remain a challenged country with the current processes that we are engaging in. Data audits. Did anyone know that our data was audited by KPMG? You know, right? And put to public somewhat. Not everything, but at least somewhat it was put in public. I hope it's not time ending. I'm just okay, Sawa. So that data audit is very important. When I went to monitor an election somewhere, I was looking at what I think everyone saw, that there were some papers pasted, which to me was voter register pasted in some doors, blah, blah, blah. I looked at that and I could tell, because I was monitoring an area that I know people. I could tell person so and so passed on, person so and so passed on. So I was keen to check what is in the manual register that we have inside the polling station. But at least I saw that it is a clean. So probably they may have used data that was not, that was pasted outside, maybe the 2017 data, but at least the data that, I mean, the manual register that was in the room, at least from the polling station that I checked, it was clean. There must be political goodwill when we want to have a process that is, credible. Because unfortunately, our elections are, are informed by, and guided by the governments in place. So if you do not have a government that want to see a free, fair transition, definitely that is going to be compromised. So if we need to look at ways into which we can guard our processes from the transitions of governments that will be in place. And then also we must be able to protect or to shun violence in our elections. At least the 2022, I don't know anyone who's monitored 2017 elections and the 2022. There were only pockets of violence in 2022. 2017 was a major, major, major issue that it actually targeted women. In 2017, we documented rape against women in an electoral process, which was not the right thing. Because then you are instilling fear, that women may not be able to participate because the consequences are dire. So if we are able to shun violence, then we will be able to see a process that is going to be, responsive to all of us. Also important is that the candidates, the candidates who are going to be vying, if we really we must call out and shame candidates. You see, if you look at the processes of the elections, how elections manifest in Kenya. If you want to protect your stolen wealth, you must vie. Because at that point, if you become an MCA, then you are, or not even an MCA, an MP, then you are clean. The stolen wealth is no longer stolen wealth. It becomes just any other legally acquired wealth. So we must be able to stop those kind of politicians, those kinds of aspirants from onset, so that we are able to recover lost property. One last, I will not say everything else. One last is civic education. We must be able to do civic education for Kenyans. I realized when we were doing the monitoring, And let me tell you this, the stolen votes that are stolen in Kenya, don't ask me how votes are stolen, but the votes that are stolen in Kenya are cast by women. Wamama ndio nyinyi mnapiga kura zenu. We are quick to trust. And when you find a PO whom you know is from your village, you tell him, please show me how to do this thing. The PO is a compromised, probably, person. And because you have trusted the person and you're not even looking, and they know how to make sure that they manipulate your thinking, they will steal your votes. I will tell you how one day, how it is. And I have, by the way, monitored and seen that the stolen votes in Kenya are cast by women. Let me not continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soiland. Of course, we look forward to that contribution when we are talking about the gaps in the advancement of to women's political participation. We really do want to hear how that actually happened. So we hope to hear you at plenary. Moving forward, we are going to hear from two very brave women, and I call them brave because running for an election is not an easy thing. I wouldn't do it personally. I ninajijua. And I know many of you would not even attempt. So for them to even have attempted to run is something commendable. We're going to hear from Sarah Dhiga. Okay, I know her as Wajiko Dhiga. So this Sarah name is a bit confusing. And she ran for MCA in Kiambu County. She's going to come and share with us her experiences and the outcome. I have watched Sarah Dhiga grow, literally from maybe I can say a small girl. I have seen her establish her career as a politician and actually become serious. When she talks, people listen. At least is not an
pre-election, election, and post-election. And I realized the most critical process or part in an election cycle is the nomination. It was a very key party, especially in Mount Kenya and in our county. And I don't want to mention my party leader, but I made sure that the party, because it was new, it was known even at ground level. I did a very intentional campaign of door-to-door when speaking to every community leader and just a normal mwananchi in my county, in my ward, sorry. And I made sure that the party is known. And I was ready for the nomination process. Lady. By the time nomination process was here, wanaume wote walikuwa wametoroka, they knew this girl is going to get the ticket because I had done my groundwork. So ilikuwa imebaki me and an older jama. And let me kid you not, I woke up in the morning, I was ready for the nomination process. The ground was ready for me. Every day they will call me, Shiko, UDA wamefanya yao, nani wamefanya yao, tunangoja ya nini? Ya chama yenu. Let me kid you not. And let me tell you, for a minute, you can't even think. You're broken because you've done the work. And you know, holding a certificate in Kenya today, party politics are everything. You holding a certificate is already 30% winning. Ukombele na 30%. So you are looking for 70%. So I knew I will get this ticket. I had done my job. And it's negotiating on the boardroom, I had done my part. Because at the end of the day, you do the groundwork and you do the boardroom work. But money exchanged hands at night. And in the morning, I woke up to certificate. Kwa social media, ata si simu, ati kata si call from the SG, social media. And I took a day just to brainstorm. You know, you simmer with anger and betrayal. Because I realized in politics, there's a lot of betrayal. And I left the party because at the end of the day, my intention to run was to represent my community, wasn't to represent the party, isn't it? So and I went independent, and that really angered a few men in my home, in my ward. And they started trashing my name, saying, no, she stepped down, leave her alone, you know, a lot of mudslinging. But I had to go back from zero to start cleaning my name. There are factions in my community that I wasn't able to reach. As a young woman, unmarried, and my mom is widowed, so that means I don't have a father. So reaching the male community, the council of elders, people who can put you far, was hard for me. The gatekeepers, let me say, they are conmen. They tell you, okay, we are going, because as a woman, you can't go and speak mbele ya wazee, isn't it? We know our traditional communities. So they'll tell you, give us 3,000 or 5,000, we go and buy Muratina, and then we speak, we introduce you, and then there's a day we are going to ask you to come, and me as a man, I'll speak on your behalf. And you just keep giving them money for Muratina. And that day never actualizes. And I got tired of it. You're wasting time trying to reach a faction that doesn't even want to let you in. So I said, okay, I'm just going to reach the women who are accessible and the young people. Sadly, not a lot of young people have votes, a voter's card. So it was the women. And I campaigned day in and day in and out for the women. I realized that women listen. You know, as a young person, I did not have money, but I went as I was, and they listened to me, and they supported me. The church was also very supportive. But once you go to church, kidogo harambee inatokea from nowhere. Na hakuna viti kwenye hii kanisa. That day you had just gone with your, you know, your offertory, and that's what you're giving to God, not to the specific, you know, clergyman. Lakini ground inasema unatoa pesa kuonyeshana na seriousness yako ya kutaka kiti. So from nowhere you have to quickly take M-Shwari loan. If you didn't have money, unanunua viti kama you leave 3,000 shillings. That's a lot of money for a young person, isn't it? And in one Sunday, you'll go up to 5 churches. Look at that, you know, if you do the math, how is it? It's a lot. And you still have people on the ground. Ukiniona hapa nilikuwa sijui na wafanyikazi wangapi kwa ground, wanatengeneza tu jina. But still, it was hard. I felt like I needed direct mentorship from a veteran politician, someone I could just call when I'm going somewhere and something has happened and ask, this has happened, what should I do? How can I counter this? But I didn't. And sometimes I had to swim and just do what I want to do. And at the moment, I realized also it's a really, really high pressured environment. There are many times I got sick and I was rushed to the hospital at 3 a.m., 5 a.m. And this meant that my mom had to discourage me a lot and ask me to leave the political space. My mom has lost her husband. Seeing her eldest daughter almost leaving wasn't easy for her. So I had to do the job of also convincing her that you have to let me do this. And you have to be the first person to support me. Because when I wake up, you should be the first person to tell me, continue. I faced a lot of online and physical harassment. Poster zangu nilikuwa naeka. I thank God I'm a pretty face. So nilikuwa napita mahali anasema, you know, in Kikuyu, I am from a Kikuyu community, so you pass somebody, they'll tell you, huyo tutamchagua hata Jorembo. And I will welcome that because hiyo ni kura, isn't it? But some told me for days, telling me ugly things. And you're not ready for such things, to be trolled for days. I'm sorry.
As we are waiting, it's an emotive moment, and I think we all need to hear this. How many of us are on Twitter? How many of us are on Twitter right now? Please go to your Twitter accounts and follow the hashtag election inclusion. Electoral inclusion, it's trending. And please let's tweet the proceedings of the day. Have we found it? Tuko sawa? We can also trend it on a good old Facebook, eh?
This is still very raw. I'm sorry. So being trolled online was something that had become a norm, and people would say you belong on beauty pageants, or what Wanchiko, the guy is good for is only what's between her legs. And they'll tell you the SG is the married man. You know, you wonder, why would you look at me as a sexual object first instead of a leader? And it's not that this is the first time. I'm a community leader, so just being in politics, to change the narrative. I was forcefully kissed twice as I campaigned. This meant that I had to add more security in my campaign team. So this means, as women, we have to spend more. Because now when you add a security personnel, it's more expensive, isn't it? I had to leave all WhatsApp groups, most online platforms, because every day waking up to being trolled, reading comments from some people we've never met was tough. And it really did a number on my mental health. And I developed a lot of anxiety issues and panic attacks. So I realized, if I don't see these conversations anymore, I think I'll be in a better place. So I left all groups. That did affect my campaign. So they said I'm not a strong person. But I realized at the end of the day, there's a fewer community on WhatsApp groups, more people are on the ground. So I continued working on the ground. I remember the play. Her name was Dada Maendeleo. Dada Maendeleo asked, what's after this campaign season? I've taken a lot of time also, but allowed me to say, during the voting day, I don't know what happened to the voters. People are very willing to vote for me as an independent candidate. I inspired and gave hope. And as I followed the voting pattern, during the day, I'll call my agents and some of the mobilizers I had on ground, and I knew I was leading in some polling stations. But at 11 a.m., things changed. People wakaanza kuvote suti. I don't know what happened, but I'm here to say that if you are intending to vie, it shows that people still trust parties. So concentrate on your nomination. Go with the leading party. That's where you can at least be assured. It's never an assured thing, but at least be assured of victory. Some voters are regretting their decisions. You know, the people they voted, the people who won the tickets, they were not even on the ground campaigning. So they did not form any, what's the word? Yeah, rapport with the people. Thank you. And relationships with the people. So people don't know where to go. So they still call me. And I'm here recovering and recollecting myself. And people are still calling you and telling you, Mheshimiwa, what's the way forward? I also don't know what's the way forward. I'm figuring it out. But civic education is really critical and important on ground. I am determined to continue being in this space. I am doing wellness check-ins now to heal, because it's still very raw and it's hard putting in an investment and campaigning 8 months and not coming out a winner. But we will continue seeing how we can empower our communities, because they matter. Please forgive me for crying. Thank you so much for your time.
Good morning, everyone. Is it still morning or it is noon now? Yeah. Thank you very much, Sarah. That was a very profound presentation, and it's a very hard act to follow. She presented the human side of elections and a very personal experience that is very, very difficult to see when we refer to elections, the process, who won and who lost. That very personal experience is repeated over and over again during the election period. And like she said, it can break you if you do not take steps to seek help and to have people to support you to go through that process. It is very, very akin to bereavement, actually. So we feel for you. You're a very young person. I'm sure that experience will harden you, and in your subsequent trials, because I'm sure you won't give up. Please don't give up. You're going to add value to the leadership in your county and ward, and and inspire the young people in your county. I know we are given 7 minutes. It is really, really difficult to say what you want to say in 7 minutes. So I'll try to just touch on the pertinent issues. My name is Alice Correa Esintele. I come from Marsabit County, and I ran for senator And that is my third try in elective politics. I did run in 2006 for MP in a by-election in Marsabit in Laisamis constituency. And I also ran for women rep in 2013. I didn't succeed in all 3 trials, but one of the things I've learned about politics is, one is persistence, for you to be able to attain what you're that you have an opportunity to run, even if you want to. And sometimes you may not be prepared to run, but an opportunity presents itself. And that is what happened to me when I ran for senator. We have gone through a review process, a discussion process with my family, my friends, my political allies. And I did make a decision that I'm not running in 2022 because of certain circumstances, and I didn't see an opportunity there. However, I was very active. I'm active in elective politics, but I'm also active in I'm active in politics even if I'm not an active candidate. So I chose to join a process that we were and to try and position in such a way that that candidate will get enough partnerships to be able to win. I was so deep into that process that when I got the call to join a team to run for senator, it completely disoriented me, and it took quite a while for me to make that decision to run because it was not something I was prepared for. However, I was requested to run on a party in which I had participated in the formation. It started as a movement. The pastoralist communities usually feel they feel quite marginalized in the affairs of this country. And they felt that even in the political formations, that is the parties and the formations that drive politics, they are still marginalized. And they did caucus and come together to form a movement to try and place the pastoralist communities in the decision-making table at the national level. And then that movement turned into a party, and that party decided to field candidates. And they got all the other candidates, and they were unable to get a suitable candidate for senator. So 6 months to the elections, I was approached, and because I have a track record in politics, I was also active in the formation of the party, and they were looking for somebody who can be a strong candidate. So I accepted the offer, and I only had I declared my candidature only 6 months to the elections. And that was a very short time to really campaign and organize your campaign. And that it is actually one of the things that we need to learn as women is that you don't wait for a perfect moment, for perfect conditions for you to try something. You need to be actively be aware of opportunities that come your way and seize moments when they present themselves and take some risks. Because if you don't take risks, you're not going to make it in leadership. Even in business, in anything, you'll just remain that average person who's averse to risk. So that is one of the things I learned, that this is an opportunity for me, and I must seize that moment. The good thing about that is that I am the first woman to run for senator in Marsabit County since devolution. And that created quite a bit of excitement, especially among the women. And that gave me a very good profile. And for quite a while, actually, I had very, very good support, just like Sarah said. I rode on a very popular wave. And for quite a while, I actually did my campaign very well. One of the first things I noticed is that, of course, people are used to the formations that the governor is usually a man, the senator is a man, and the woman is only given that slot for women rep. Those are all those are the usual formations. And as soon as I announced my candidature, although there was that huge wave, as I now introduced myself to the communities, it still took a bit of a while for people to get used that I'm not running for women rep, I'm running for senator. Every time I started a meeting, the person introducing me would introduce me as I'm running for senator, for women rep. It took a bit of time to gain traction. So that is one of the things that for women, things are not business as usual. A man would announce that he's running for senator and everybody knows he's running for senator. There's no story about, is he running for MP? Is he running for the National Assembly or Senate? But for a woman, you have to introduce that idea first, and then for you to own it and for people to own it. So it kind of takes a bit of time and energy away from your campaign, because you're not just hitting the ground running, you're actually introducing a new idea. We know that most of our rural counties, especially in pastoralist regions, are very conservative. Apart from that, now we are used that women are running for women rep. When I ran for MP in 2006, it was a by-election. I was also the first woman to run for MP in Marsabit County. And that time, I came across a lot of negativity. The kind of questions you get from the electorate, especially what we refer to as the elders, because most meetings are conducted by the elders. First, are you strong enough? Can you defend us from our enemies? We have a lot of inter-ethnic conflicts in those regions. They are still going on to today, up to today, and they actually inform our politics. Can you defend us from our enemies? Can you return stolen animals? They ask questions like, are you intelligent enough? Actually, they actually ask you if you're intelligent enough. Do women have the intelligence? Are women that intelligent? But I must say that I was pleasantly surprised that when you run for women rep, nobody asks you those questions because they know that is a woman's seat. So that is it, you just run for it. But when I ran for senator, I was pleasantly surprised that those questions are no longer there. I did not even once in those rural villages, did not even once get that question that, are you strong enough to run for senator, or can you manage as a senator? So there was that acceptance. And for me, at that particular moment, I feel that all those women who have been front runners and opened those frontiers, I want to tell you that we have achieved something very important. We have made women leadership an acceptable part of our social construct. Because today, when Daisy was talking, she said we have a long way to go. It is true, it's not a contradiction. We have a long way to go, but we have also made a lot of gains. What we need to do now is to protect those gains and then ensure that we continue to open the space for women, and we continue to on a very high note, and everyone, I mean everyone in that country community has now said that he has run for 10 years. His performance was so they want to replace him. So when I presented myself, there was a huge excitement that at least my community has an alternative. So we rode on that wave for a while. However, just like Sarah said, as elections came closer, I noticed the changes, that my support began to dissipate. First of all, because my opponents were very well resourced. Of course, the sitting senator, the other one was a very prosperous business person, and the other one was a candidate fronted by a group of business people. So I couldn't compete in terms of finances because my party was not able to put up the additional funds that I would have required to compete with that kind of money. So slowly you could feel your votes dissipating. And then also it was a very new party. And unfortunately, as we got into elections, I don't want to mention names, but it kind of turned into a one-man show. So for us, that lack of campaign strategy, lack of campaign structures at the county, constituency, ward level were not really working. It just became the decisions of one person would decide the schedule, would decide the resources that are distributed. And then we suffered from that a bit. Sometimes one of the things I've noticed in politics is that you really don't always have full control of the circumstances on the ground. You can start very well, and then a wild card can just come and spoil things for you. The other thing that happened is that one of the wild cards that, of course, we anticipate in Northern Kenya because of what I've mentioned about ethnic conflict, but of course, you never know when it will happen, is that in Marsabit County, we have ethnic groups, and for you to run for the county seat, you must have partnership within these ethnic groups. For example, as a Rendile, I can't run and only win with the Rendile votes. I must get another partner. So what happened is that the partner that I got, that ethnic group actually attacked my village and stole livestock. And they did it several times. So now you can see that, yeah, for me my partnership is already compromised. And yeah, we struggled a bit. I still got very good votes because that ethnic group felt they wronged us and they must deliver the votes even if we are no longer partners. But yeah, so I got a good number of votes. I think one of the key issues now I want to mention is that I don't have the time to. I think if we ever have another forum, I can give a more structured breakdown. But now I can just give some highlights. One of the key issues we faced as political candidates in Marsabit County, of course, is the violent conflict in Marsabit County. It is so bad that people were fighting in the streets of main towns like Marsabit, and there is a very huge security operation going on now, and there is even a curfew, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew, and operating in that environment was very difficult for us. One of the things I have known before is that for us women, we must be willing to go through some considerable pain to be able to break into that political arena that we want to compete with the men. Because if you wait for a nice environment, a supportive environment, we shall never make it. So we must be willing to take that dose of pain for us to be able to break that glass ceiling. And also, politics is competition. It is also a competition. So there's no platform that will give you a nice welcome opportunity that you just come in, go in and finish. And I think you gave a very good example that people can shortchange you. And one of the things we must always do as a candidate, must do as a candidate, but I think women must do it much better, is that do your research, analyze and adapt. When you go into politics, you must always adapt. The way you started in the middle and the way you finish is always very different. So don't expect the same thing. Always analyze, review, and adapt to your campaign as you go along. And then anticipate and manage unpredictabilities that can come. And I think one of the things we need to, and I was very, very happy to hear you mention that you are in the boardroom, is that we must be present in the boardroom, we must negotiate, and we must be able to, we must be able to sell ourselves as a product and a package. We must be able to do that. Men do it all the time. We must be in that boardroom. We must be where these decisions are made. Don't stay at home and expect that people will take care of your political needs. And then women, despite all the gains you have made so far, women still need to negotiate negativity and hostility. It is still there. You can see it is still an undercurrent as you campaign. There's that hostility towards women. And when I was looking at the social media, because of the, the increased number of women that were elected this time round, there is already conversations about men overtaking women. I mean, you have seen the statistics here. It is nothing much, but the fact that 7 women out of 40, there are 7 women and there are 40 men, but still there's a huge blowback that all women are now taking over the country, the whole country. So there's that underlying hostility that we must negotiate all the time. You must be aware. However, we have made very significant strides, and I'm very happy to see very many young faces here, because our generation now should start mentoring and handing over to the younger generation. What I have learned as an active politician and also as a person who has participated in the political reform in this country, because my background is actually civil society, and I was among the group that was agitating for political reform in the country, and I even participated in the break into that space. I can see that I'm being pushed from the podium, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. I'm so sorry to cut you short, but time is short, and I like listening to politicians speak, and it's very impressive that Wanjiku and Mheshimiwa, you've been able to do your campaigns and actually get a good number. I was looking at your numbers and you did really well, actually. For some of you started campaigns 6 months into elections. Now, Crown Trust, they don't sleep. and they're reminding me that they have a learning management system. It's on their website, and here you will find experiences from women aspirants, including Kina Martha Karua from back in the day up to today. And there are also some courses on mental health, especially for women aspirants who did not, women candidates and aspirants too, who did not make it. You can show it there. You click on the Crown Trust website, crowntrust.org. You click on register now, and then you can fill in the required details, and then you will find a registration link will be sent to you to your email. Perhaps we can share this with our women candidates and women aspirants who did not make it. We can share it with the youth and the people with disability who ran for political seats. It's a very helpful tool, and we all need to stand in the gap for everybody who ran. Moving forward, it's important to hear from the people with disability. We're going to hear from the Northern Nomadic Disabled Persons Organization, NODO. Fatma is here, right? Fatma is going to speak to us for 7 minutes. And she'll be followed by Leonard Dawafula from the NCWPD, and is going to talk to us about the political participation and inclusion of persons with disability, just as she's going to. Karibuni sana. Oh, there's the link on mental health. You want us to listen? Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Fatma Mohammed. I work for Northern Nomadic Disabled Persons Organization, NONDO, the organization that advocates for the rights, inclusion, and participation of persons with disabilities from pastoralist communities. I identify as a woman with disability. I'm visually impaired. Thank you, Crown Trust, for giving me this opportunity. And as I was listening here, really, so many things I wanted to talk about has already been said, but nevertheless, I still got some things to say. I hope, Wanjiko, I hope you don't give up. I hope you will still continue offering your support whenever you can. And Madam Senator, I also hope that you will continue offering your support whenever you can. I would like to start with a story. Our organization formed an MCA caucus on disability from pastoralist communities. And in 2017, there was an aspirant who was vying. He went to different political parties where he was rigged out, but he never gave up. He went independent, and the governor of that time was campaigning him, and he told the people of that ward, if you're going to elect this person, you will never receive rains in this ward. So still, he never gave up. He still continued to campaign. He still continued to talk to his people, and he won with overwhelming, numbers. Now, imagine the challenges that people without disabilities are going through. Now imagine added the challenges of disability, and now added another challenges of being from the marginalized community, the community that still believe in stigma. These are the challenges that are making persons with disabilities not participate in election fully. Even though this year we had increased number of persons with disability participating in elections, but it is not as we would like it to be. We wouldn't want to be 0.02 in political parties. We want to be more than that because we want our voices to be heard. But with those challenges and people lacking information and people resigning to their fate and people thinking that, assuming the inferiority complex, how many will have that courage, confidence, resources, and be that strong to come out to vie for different political positions? There are few this year who tried. I think about 400 people with for position. Magnifying glasses to enable me to see properly so that I can comfortably vote, so that I have the secrecy of voting. I mean, a lot of visually impaired people would never want to go through the publicity. I mean, you're being watched by everybody, and everybody else knows who you're voting for. This is not really comfortable. In 2017, I just wanted to see how really it goes if I went without an assistant and if there was no magnifying glasses. And I walked into a room, it was really not well lit, and I wanted to vote. So of course I needed some assistance because I didn't want to go with my assistant. I just wanted to feel how it is. So when I went there, there were a crowd of people surrounding me. Even that alone intimidated me. So I was, I said, okay, this is really how it is. And when I came out, everybody was like, what happened? Why were you being surrounded? You know, because they didn't realize that I was visually impaired. Sometimes people don't realize that. And even that made me very, very uncomfortable. There's a way, I mean, government can do it if it wants to do it. If government loses every day 2 billion and still there's nothing that can be done, and we still have some money, the government can easily put in place measures that would enable persons with disabilities who are visually impaired vote comfortably and confidently. Okay, I was given 7 minutes. I have a lot of things to say, but I'm trying also to conclude because I know there's a lot to be said later on. As I am concluding, I also want to congratulate all women who really women who really participated, who really fight for different political positions, because it's not easy, as we have already had. I also want to congratulate women with disabilities who took initiative to participate, to vie for different political positions, whether they won or whether they didn't win. But as we celebrate all this, as we celebrate women who won, women without disabilities, who won and who did not won, can we be deliberate? All the stakeholders who are here, can we deliberate on our plannings? Can we involve women with disabilities? There are women with disabilities who lost elections. There are those who vied and got elected. There are very few. I think I know only, so far I know one. But can we hold their hands? Can we support them? Can we be deliberate really on issues of women with disabilities? Can we start with a mentorship program where we deliberately target women with disabilities? People don't have information out there. Another reason probably why they are not in political parties is because they don't even know how to join the political parties. Maybe they don't know how to be nominated in the first place. So for these few remarks, thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Fatuma. Good afternoon. I'm called Leonard Dawafula. I represent National Council for Persons with Disability. You know, National Council for Persons with Disability is a state agency with the mandate to promote and protect rights for persons with disability. However, today we are talking about election. And for persons with disability, like Fatuma, what he has said, there are a number of challenges they made, especially during this election. Maybe I may start by asking, how many persons with disability are here in this room? Persons with disability? Okay, at least 4. For anybody who went to vote this time around, there are some challenges that persons with disability met. One is issue of accessibility. Look at the police station where you went. If you had a wheelchair, were you able to access it well? Most of polling stations were not accessible. So there was an issue of accessibility to the polling station. For our brother and sisters who are deaf, you know, there's always a language barrier. And I can confidently say that there was no provision for a sign language in those police stations. True. Yes. So that is also a barrier as far as this election was concerned. As a council, we have also been engaging IEBC, you know, especially to see if we can have accessible ballot papers, like the Braille version. You know, voting is secret. Now, for a blind person who wants to go and vote secretly, and he cannot see, and there's no Braille ballot paper, of course, there's no secrecy in that. Definitely. So that was also a barrier. Of course, the other barrier, you know, election in Kenya is very expensive. And for you to campaign well, you need to have resources. So finance has been a big resource to our person with disability so that they can carry out a serious campaign. Then there's element of nomination. During nomination, one thing we don't teach as a council. Most of parties, they gave some waiver for persons with disability not to pay a certain amount or to pay less. But that's the time now we realized that people had also realized that there are persons with disability. people are coming to us as a council now to get registered because he's saying, now I want to go and buy. And I have been told I must be a registered person with disability. So that was the particular time that people were realizing there are persons with disability. And because of time factors, some of them could not be registered in that short duration. Of course, if you look at the Person with Disability Act, they talk of a person with disability when he goes to vote, he need to be assisted in voting. And in most cases, you'll get agent there or any other person there to assist. And if you are being assisted, especially for those who are blind, they are likely to mislead you and you may not vote for that particular person that you want. However, despite of all those challenges, in this particular election, most of persons with disability participated as contestants and also as voters. And we have seen majority who vied never made it. However, the number of persons with disability who made it, who were elected, increased. I may not be having an update list, but I have some few here. We are proud of, in Makueni County, the women rep is a person with disability, Honorable Rose Museu. I hope you are aware. She's a person with disability and she was elected. Another person with disability who elected in this particular constituency that we are sitting in, this Westland, yeah? Honorable Wanyonyi made it. In Westland, this a person with disability by the name Honorable Martin Wanyonyi, also who was elected in Webuye East. And Martin Wanyonyi is a case study, which as a person with disability, we are try to embrace that. He entered into politics as a nominated MCA in Bungoma County. In the first election, that is 2013, he went in the assembly as a nominated MCA. Then in 2017, he vied as an MC and he made it. So this time around, he decided now, my vision is bigger. So he vied as an MP and he made it as an MP elect for Webuye East. We also have a number of MCAs who vied countrywide and they made it. We have MCA in Siaya County, specifically in Sigomero Ward. Honorable Andrew Omwende was elected as MCA and he's a person with disability. In Wajir, we have Mheshimiwa Aden Ibrahim, who is a person with disability and who was elected as an MCA. In Kiambu County, we have Honorable Josephat Kinyanjui, who is a person with disability and he was elected as an MCA. In Kilifi, we have Honorable Brown Safari rather, who also vied, he's a person with disability, he vied as an MCA and he was elected. So what are we saying? We are saying that when persons with disability are given opportunity, they can also make it, looking at this number, and the number is increasing. As the number of women is also increasing, we are proud to say that the number of elected persons with disability is also increasing. And we are hoping that when it comes to nomination, both in the National Assembly and the respective county assembly, our persons with disability are going to be given their right position, they are going to be nominated. However, if you look at the last election, many counties never nominated persons with disability. As a council, we are taking it seriously that this time around, we want to ensure that in every county assembly, our persons with disability are nominated and given opportunity to serve those respective counties. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leonard, for keeping time. You were just spot on. I think it's very encouraging. It's very encouraging to hear that despite all the problems, all the challenges, that we have some positive stories coming from the people with disabilities. And I think it's commendable. Thank you so much for sharing with us those statistics. And we hope we'll continue following up. Now we're going to Jane Kamau from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties is here with us. And she'll be followed by Josephine Kagushia from GEC, who will then be followed by Winnie from African Council for Accreditation and Accountability. And then finally, we shall end with NCIC, Joshua Baru. I'm sorry that we are really running out of time, but that will be the end of our speakers. But let's listen to them. I think it's very, the speakers are giving us very encouraging points. As I was seated there at some point, I was like, oh, this is so sad. But as we are going on, I think there's a light at the end of the day.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Jane Kamau, like you have been told. I work for the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. I want to bring the greetings of my boss, whom I really respect and admire, Madam Andy Rito. It's just unfortunate that she's in a meeting that she could not get out of, but she sent me and I'm here and I believe I will represent her well. The other thing I want to say is that for me, it's always there's always something very magical when you are in a room full of women. There's just some, I always feel like there's some very, very special grace. You know, women bring a lot of warmth and, you know, wisdom and strength and experiences. And throughout this electioneering period, I have sat in quite a number of meetings where, you know, there were just women, and it has always been very, very enriching. So I just want to thank you, Crown Trust, for this forum and also for inviting us. So I just want to start by associating very, very closely with some of the sentiments that have been expressed here today. It's actually very, very amazing how all of us are actually very interrelated and interconnected in our experiences and even in our, you know, our mandates. And first of all, I just wanted to say, Daisy, I think you should work for us. You know, she told me, why did I even come? She said everything about political parties, and she was just doing it with a lot of ease. Your grasp of the functions and processes. Mimi by then nimekuja tu kusalimiana niketi. So thank you so much. But most importantly, I took a few things from what Daisy said. Number one is participation. She emphasized on the issue of participation. So nikakumbuka when, forgive me, I do give illustrations here and there. When there was that little problem, and I'll call it little because it has been solved, that somebody mentioned of, oh, unajipata uko kwa political party. It was a small one, isn't it? Haikuwa shida kubwa. It's now resolved. Now Kenyans would come. Anasema, mimi nimeamka nikajipata nimeweka, and anasema political party. Me, I don't belong to any political party. Mimi sijawai. I am, and you know, they will talk about being in a political party like it is the worst thing that can happen to you, you know. Okay, granted, what was happening was wrong, you know. And of course, the registrar, she moved with speed and she ensured that, you know, it has now come to a stop. But the way Kenyans would actually put it, I remember even one of my old lecturers, she had, I think, been, what are they called? In a certain board, one of the agencies. So now, when she was going to be cleared by parliament, she realizes, guess what? I'm in a political party. She wrote a bad letter, a very, a bad letter. Then she called me and she told me, sinasikia unafanya kazi kwa hiyo ofisi. You better make sure nimetolewa kwa hiyo chama. But now that she had drafted that letter, it was now, it was a whole, because it is one thing to request to be removed from a party, and it is another thing now accusing the party to the registrar, because now when you accuse the party to the registrar, she now has to open an investigation and cite the party and carry out, disciplinary measures, and that will take time. And I was telling her, please, in the interest of time, redraft your letter, request, sema tu wewe umeona uko kwa chama, request to be tolewa kwa chama, ndo uende, do your thing. And she was like, no, somebody has to pay, So participation, it's not bad to belong to a political party as long as you like the ideologies you buy into the areas of interest and all that. So that for me was very key. Now, the other thing she talked about is impunity, and I'll agree it is there. When we were going around, in the preparation for the elections, I remember we went to one county and we were holding a meeting with PWDs, and they said, and I quote, there is no person with disability in the county assembly. There was none. And I was shocked. I could not believe it. And I remember I told our team, no, let us investigate. And actually there was none. For 5 years, that county ran without a single person in the in their county assembly. And I was literally shocked. So such impunity. And what was hurting me, by the way, in our meetings, because the other thing that will come out is the issue of funding, we would have a cap, because now, money is little, and we would even sometimes have be funded. Maybe we have a partner. Na nasema, you go there, 50 participants. I remember with PWDs, by 9 o'clock, na meeting inaanza 9:30, we had like 70 in that county. Now our PWDs, those are the people seated in the room. I haven't talked about their assistants, Now I'm wondering, these people are here, and how come wewe haukuona hata mmoja? So that one has actually stayed with me, and I would really want to know how they have done this time around that county, because we will go back. The other thing that I also align with, that somebody has mentioned, is ignorance of the electoral processes. I remember we went and we were training women aspirants in Bungoma County. And this young, very nice lady, akasema, Mimi, this is my 3rd attempt. And I've been doing so well. But all of a sudden, these guys have now, the party is kinda backing a certain person. Na mimi venye naona, it's not going well for me. So imagine alisimama akakuja akatuambia, si munipeleke kwa mtu mwenye ataniweka kwa party list ya chama changu. Mtu anayekangwa aje kwa party list. Ati URPP mweke kwa party list. And I'm telling her, it's not URPP, it is actually your own political party. And she was shocked. So niende nione nani? And I thought, even our own candidates, they are actually, they don't have full grasp of, the things that matter. And now, because, we've done a lot of electoral education. People know, nikiingia, nitapakwa rangi, nitachukua, people know that, isn't it? But what about now, the other things? So many people were now calling us later, wanting to be cleared as independent candidates, but now the timelines had already passed, because the law is very clear. We have timelines, and at that point, nobody can be able to do for you anything. Other people walichelewa ku resign from their jobs. Yeah, so you want to vie, but ulichelewa, to resign from your job. So all those things. So those are some of the things I have. I'm just highlighting a few things that I've had here today that I really, really want to associate with on behalf of my organization. So I have talked about funding. So the other thing I want to really associate with is Sarah. And I want to really congratulate you. You're very young. I think your future is extremely bright. I think this experience, one day you'll talk about it and you'll laugh. Yeah, it will not always be painful. And I remember the registrar, she was very passionate. At some point, akasema, let us do a book on political education. We have civic education, your right to vote and so on. We have electoral education, but now we don't have political education. And in that book, she insisted on putting a chapter that did not look anything political, and she was calling it Managing Electoral Outcomes. It's a whole topic, by the way, in that book. And I was thinking, because like she said, it's involving, it's consuming, and I think even the Honorable Senator has mentioned, having that support system. I think I also want to align myself with that. Now, Honorable Kureya has mentioned something very interesting. And she was talking about her community na vile unaambiwa wewe utarudisha ng'ombe, utatulinda. It reminded me of something that I was reading when I was preparing for this, and they were talking about the double standards that are applied on women. Sasa wacha nikwambie, that thing was saying, as a woman politician, you should be pretty, but not too pretty. Because if you're not, okay, I don't know whether you can be ugly, but if you're pretty, good. If you're too pretty, it's like, oh, she's sleeping around. She's not competent, isn't it? Yeah. She'll steal our husbands and so on and so forth. Yeah. Then ilikuwa inasema, you must also be firm, not too firm, because there is nothing bad like a woman who is aggressive. So a man can scream at people, shout at people, tell people off, but you try it. So you will make headlines, isn't it? Now, you must be family oriented, but not too much. At least don't be, walikuwa nasema, if you have no child, okay, that is a problem. Uyo hana watoto, hana nini. But now again, if you have children, it's a problem. Uyu sasa atafanya kazi saa ngapi? She'll always be at home. No, and I was thinking, wow, and this thing is just, it's for women, you can never win. You can't win. And so when she was giving that example, I actually found it extremely relevant, that utarudisha ng'ombe, surely, utatulinda. And then I was also reading another thing that was saying, in fact, this was a research by UN Women. Walikuwa wanasema that women in most countries all over the world wanapatiangwa the portfolios zenye elected women wanapewa ni family, children. So unapata kuna docket ya family, docket ya children, docket ya youth, docket ya social affairs, docket ya labor, vocational training. Hakuna mtu atakupatia defense, finance, foreign affairs, hizo haupati. And that is actually a research that was done in the whole world. So I was just looking at, politics and what these numbers look like in the rest of the world as compared to ours. And I was actually saying that among the countries that are, and somebody mentioned here that, that are UN states, that research was saying that only 26 women as at September 2021 were serving as heads of states, 26. And notice that there is 193 states that are recognized by the UN. So 26 out of 193. Then I was saying that only 10 have actually %21% of all cabinet ministers, and so on and so forth. But I think there's something that also stood out for me, and that was the fact that Rwanda is actually leading. Rwanda apparently has 61% of women in their cabinet. So that was very impressive, followed by Cuba that is at 53%. So anyway, if I may bring it home to the Registrar of Political Parties, I can see I was told to talk about electoral reforms. So in the interest of the few minutes, I know I've already spent 3, so zinabaki nne. So, so nataka kuongea haraka sana about the 2020 Political Parties Amendment Act. And I want to say, is party driven. And I remember when the registrar was removing the issue of party hopping, you know, that if you lose in this party, you cannot jump to another party. And I remember people camping. Actually, there's a day in our office, we had to bring in security. And because people came and they were like, what do you mean? It's our right to associate. And she was saying, we will never be able to build and institutionalize political parties if we are always one leg in and one leg out. And I know it is painful, but she was saying to institutionalize institutions, sometimes we got to pay the price. So she was saying, buy into an ideology and fight from within. Of course, sometimes it is unbearable, but I think generally her message was, those political parties, let those men not see that anytime they are unfair to you, you always bail. Let them know that you can actually stay ngumu and fight from within. So the whole issue of the Amendment Act was to institutionalize political parties. And some of the things that the Amendment Act is talking about is number one, the redistribution of the political parties fund. As you know, it is one of our mandates, the distribution of the fund. And previously, it was the winner takes it all. So right now, there's a more fair distribution. And you realize that actually a very huge portion of the fund, that is a whole 15%, goes to the party, however small, to the parties, however small, that have complied to the 2/3 gender rule, and that, you know, have complied to the SIG requirement as stipulated in our constitution. So you may actually not have gotten most of the elected votes. You may even have just gotten one, but as long as you prove that you have to inclusion is the fact that political parties now, because of the new Amendment Act, they are required to request for the membership register from the registrar when they want to conduct nomination. Of course, I know there are gaps because political parties have leeway to do their nominations in using different methods. But now what that means is that if members, if members actually unite, they can force the political party to use the actual membership register. So this thing of people being imported to come on the voting day, then it shouldn't be happening. Unfortunately, then you realize that it calls for the effort of so many people to come together, including members of political parties. We should demand to see the membership register from the county level to, from the lowest level. When we go for that nomination, we should demand to see what document are we using. Because then when we have the membership register, then we know it is the people that have ownership of the party that are actually participating. So that is the one thing. So the other thing that I think talks to inclusion is the fact that the Amendment Act has now expanded the political parties dispute tribunal. We all know about the dispute tribunal, isn't it? Because previously, it had only 7 members who sat in Nairobi. Now the question is, that mama who has been disenfranchised somewhere, what is the redress? You go to the same political party, of course you can't win. So right now the PPDT is expanded. It has 18 more ad hoc members that are supposed to sit for 1 year, and they are devolved, meaning that they are sitting in the counties. I can only hope that has brought some reprieve to some of the political parties members that have probably felt that they were wronged in one way or another. The other thing is the submission of the party lists. We know the party list is another election altogether, isn't it? And I think Daisy talked about it, what kubadilishwa nini nini nini. If it is done correctly, the political parties are actually supposed to bring that party list to the registrar before they take to IEBC. And the reason is this, because only the registrar can confirm that Jane is actually a member of that political party. Because what we have had in the previously is this, munaletewa PWD, but from another county, isn't it? Or not even a member of the party, yeah? So they are now supposed to bring the party list to the registrar for confirmation before they now take the party list to IEBC. So I know they are small gains, but they are gains, and we can only build. We can only build. And I really want to believe that we are not where we were, 5 years ago. And we are going to do better even as we go forward. So lastly, the use of technology. The registrar has really tried to digitize a lot of things. That is why now you can't wake up to find yourself in a political party that you do not know. Because right now, for anyone to recruit you in a party, you will be prompted through a text. Do you want to join this party or not? That message comes to your phone. Anybody who tries to recruit you, you are the only one who can recruit yourself into a party by sending an application to join. You are the only one who can resign yourself from a party, either through eCitizen or through the USSD codes. So that has also been a very good platform to at least, distribute powers to the people themselves, so that I can, my right of association allows me to associate in the way that I want to associate and with the people that I want to associate with. So I think those are some of the things that I would like to probably talk about, but I want to say this as a way forward. Number one is that participation. Let us participate. Let us be part of those political parties. Let us, Daisy asked about nomination. Let us, be involved, number one. Number two, I will ask us to support our political parties. Let us, please, they are good institutions. They are growing, they are learning, they are being institutionalized. A while back, we were launching the source book that I was talking about, and we had invited Professor Githu Muigai, and he said something that has remained with me. And he said, a country that demonizes its institutions, before elections tunaanza cast doubts on IEBC. I know it has its faults, but the question is, who else will conduct those elections? And they must be conducted, true or false? Tukuje hapa tuseme NCIC is this, who else will do kazi ya NCIC? You can critique, you can correct, but you cannot do what? You cannot demonize. In fact, he went on to say, even our own leaders, once that person is elected, he is the statesman for your county, for your constituency, for your country. Respect that person, you know? So now, on behalf of political parties, because they are our employers, I'm going to request you, please support political parties. Let us critique from within. Let us give our time, our expertise, our wisdom, our resources, so that we can build credible political parties. Number 3, as we forward, I'm also going to ask for support of a lot of support in sensitizations. I think our people still need a lot of sensitization. I have nephews. I think one is 22, another one is 19. So we were just seated, wakauliza nanyi mlichagua nani? So moja akasema, mimi nilikuwa naenda, kila mtu wako the first, wa kwanza kwa ballot, nina. Akasema, cause mimi, I knew the presidential candidate I wanted. Sasa huku kwingine sikukuwa ninaona hiyo chama yake. So hajui, for example, when there's a coalition, there is what we call coalescing parties, isn't it? You know, those are the things. And many Kenyans are like that, by the way, that I'm supporting chama so and so, but mimi kwa MP sikuona hicho chama so I pass. Sikuchagua mtu hapo mimi. So that education is important. Someone called, I think actually it's Crown Trust, in one of the presentation in the morning, they talked of funding, and I'll say thank you. You can push that agenda. Somebody presented that. If you can push that agenda, we would be very grateful. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of amendments that need to be done, even to our legal instruments, even to our processes, and sometimes money becomes a very, very huge impediment. Imagine you're conducting training, for example, for that PWD, and you have a one-day training. Before you start, anauliza maswali. By 11, you are just answering questions. The IEBC, sijui za nini, electoral process. 11 hamjaanza. And then you're hoping that you can actually educate that person for the next 3 hours, and that is done. And you realize that because of funding, then we only continue to do half-baked works. We do half of here, we run here, we do half. And I believe that I'm speaking for a lot of institutions. I was also sitting in the IEBC, they call the Electoral Security Arrangement Program, ASAP. And the biggest issue we had was funding. Imagine what, and I think Daisy mentioned security, this time was top notch, but you can imagine the kind of manpower it took, the kind of money, the kind of programs it took. And it is a program that brought so many partners on board, and even policemen, and streamlining a lot of things. And we would sit in those meetings, sometimes it would be so heated. And IEBC, they are saying, the polling station is our business. And police would say, no, security is our business. So who is who in that polling station? And it would be very, very interesting. So funding, and I know I'm speaking for a lot of agencies. So lastly, I'm just going to thank you, Crown Trust, for these conversations. When I was told, Jana, because I was just told yesterday to come, my husband said, wow, at hiyo ni organization gani? Wow, because people have moved on, isn't it? People have moved, and she's like, wow, I love that. Kwanza nikamwambia naona hapa kuna issue ya reflections, a postmortem of the process. And when she walked us through that process, I was just seeing, you know, this happened, this, and I was actually doing also an audit also of our own process. So thank you very much. I will take back a report back to the office, what I have seen here, what I have heard, nitapelekea registrar. Thank you very much. Na tumekubaliana mimi si registrar, si ndio? Usiulize maswali magumu. Kuwa soft, eh? She's the one who does those hard knuckles.
Thank you, Jane, and thank you all. Good afternoon. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, but please allow me. My name is Josephine Kagushia from the National Gender and Equality Commission, and I'm just going to go through this in brief. I'm going to look at okay. So as a
As you president, just all these. Oh, it's no. Christian, it's not even talk. Just talk, please.
Ndabese namba.
Yako. Eno yu eno. Eno yu 791.
Moyo na wewe.
37.
Nakubali nikolea ndio. Entro nina. Kuna mpaka ndani ya kolea.
Programs where we targeted grassroots women and also special interest groups, and especially from 10 counties, where we bring them together and we were able to build their capacities so that they can have a meaningful engagement. They can participate in the electoral processes, both in all the capacities that we have said. And from this, we also published a popular version of the inventory of the elective, appointive, and nomination positions that are available for women, is available for, and was also available for informed decisions, even post. And this was in addition to educational materials for sensitizing, socializing agents. And these agents, be it the gatekeepers, who we have been told are conmen. So we have socializing agents. We came up with materials to sensitize them so that they stop being conmen. And I don't know whether it is because they are men, maybe. If we have all the special interest groups participating as community leaders, I'm very sure we will improve even the way we open our communities to women and also the other special interest groups. So we have these sensitization IEC materials, basically. So the commission also served in various electoral committees, including the one on disability, the one on women, and also in other capacities in Victims Protection Board, among others. So from this, we noted that this year's general elections, the gender agenda, I know Daisy didn't want us to talk about gender agenda. She was specifically, it is women, but the gender agenda attracted a lot of interest. And from our 4 presidential candidates, apart from one, the 3 had running mates who are women. But even that one who didn't have a running mate who was a woman, committed that in their government, if they were to form government, was it government or cabinet? Both cabinet and government. Women were to occupy 50% of that government. So at least we have made strides. We are not yet there, but for these positive strides that we are seeing, they are on the right track. As a commission, we monitored the processes, including the campaigns, and from our observations, they were relatively peaceful and inclusive. At least both women and also the special interest groups could attend. But there were a few incidences of intimidation, and we have just had the issue of intimidation, which was meted out on women and other special interest groups. There is also the lack of enforcement of the campaign financing regulations, which hindered even our colleague. She said she was in the race with other moneyed men. Were they all men who had the money? They are the ones who have this money in our society. So this is one issue that keeps hindering the women and special interest groups from such positions. So many of our SIGs and also women were not able to mount wide-reaching, effective campaigns because they are demanding more from a youth who has just left an educational institution. Where are we to get this money from? Collateral, we do not even have that. So basically, we need a way of enforcing these campaign financing regulations. Again, on the polling day, the commission observed these elections in 43 counties across the country, and the monitoring activities focused on the preparedness and involvement of women and other SIGs, both as candidates, as voters, as agents, as officials, and also observers. And the commission noted that among these SIGs, there are those who are given accorded priority during voting, including our persons with the disabilities, the expectant women, although we didn't have borrowed children, even those who came carrying their children were given that priority. And we note that we have made some progress, but we are still having a few issues here and there, because although most of the polling stations were accessible relatively to persons with disabilities, there are those polling stations that are not accessible at all. And even in some of the places where the polling stations were accessible, the tallying centers were not accessible. So we still have some way to go so that we ensure everyone is included. Again, the commission observed that majority of our clerks were youth. So that in itself was a step in the right direction. And not just men youth, but also women youth. So some of the priority areas that we are looking at, while acknowledging that this year's results, and especially for the positions of members of parliament, the positions of governors and deputy governors as well, while we have made some positive trajectory in the absolute numbers of women elected in these various seats, the realization of the not more than 2/3 gender principle is still yet to be realized. And we were told here, we are still shy of realizing this by 35 women in the National Assembly, and we were given all that breakdown. I am not going to repeat. So we look at some of the priority areas to help us achieve this may include the enactment of the not more than 2/3 gender law. We are hoping again from one of those candidates, they promised that this is going to be actualized. Yes, they all promised. So these promises, we are waiting for them to be actualized. Again, the enactment of the mechanisms to promote affirmative actions for women, youth, and PWDs in the political spaces. We all need, all of us, we need to rethink and also re-strategize on this. And enhancement of capacities of both the nominated and elected women leaders to be able to execute their duties effectively. Because many times you go to the ground, when you understand a ground is different. As a woman member of a county, the women rep, you'll be asked, what is your work exactly? Do we ever ask men MPs what is their work? But most of the time, even the public do not know what is the role of a woman rep. We also do, I think even them, they need to be told what their role is. So that induction is really needed. We need to be very fast so that they start off on the right note. Again, we need to enforce the campaign financing regulations. We cannot state this more. And we need to have a mentorship program. And Wanjiko also raised this. We need a mentorship program to ensure that also these nominated women or anyone who gets to office through affirmative action does not wait to be nominated, not once, not twice, but thrice. Again, a woman rep vying to be a woman rep, not once, not twice, thrice. Are we fair? Okay. And then we need to put in place mechanisms to address the increased cases of violations of the principle of equality and freedom from discrimination. We really need to take stern actions against perpetrators of violations. And for the commission, we will continue to pursue the enactment of these laws. All those promises, we will continue to pursue them, including actualizing the Article 27, and especially on the legislation of the not more than 2/3 gender law. We also continue to receive complaints on any discrimination by the public, and especially stemming from these elections. And in conclusion, we are ready, and I'm joined here by two of my colleagues who continue to record these complaints from all of us. Thank you so much.
for a little. I hope you say hi to the person. Thank you very much. May you be seated.
A few Saturdays to the general elections, I'm sitting in a room full of women in a church, one of the largest churches in this city. And I'm talking to the women, what are we doing? We're doing a civic education engagement. And this group of women, most of them middle-class women, a good number of them heading institutions, significant institutions, or women of means, women who are intelligent, women who are highly educated. And we're going through the electoral process. We're going through their rights, their responsibilities as civilians, and the engagement before elections and after elections. And they have questions from here to tomorrow and back, because they are shocked at what the Constitution provides for to them in terms of their civic engagement. Now that's the general population that we are talking about. This is in church, and we are looking at the question of church and leadership. I know church has been discredited and has taken flack in this period of elections. And I want to apologize to Wanjiko for all the seats that you bought for the church. I'm embarrassed. I feel ashamed, and it's an indictment. It was never meant to be that way. The organization that I work for, the African Council for Accreditation and Accountability, is about assessing and accrediting faith-based institutions on accountability standards, and it's such things that cause for us to exist and to interrogate levels of accountability. But we go beyond that to advocacy for good governance and encouraging those within the faith space to engage. As Daisy and everybody else was talking about teaching, training, curriculums for civic engagement, I want to encourage you, however badly the church has seemed to behave, I think it is only places of faith and religion that have a once a week major crowd of people coming into their space. And so educating and re-educating and educating and re-educating on how to engage positively and productively in this civic space using those platforms or those structures of faith-based organizations, churches, mosques, and all is key. We must. So what might I want to say in terms of the church providing leadership? When we've had women go through the harrowing experiences of the campaign trail, and they come out, more often than not, left alone, the church or the spaces of faith or women in leadership in places of faith are a group that we can use to harness to give solace and comfort and courage and encouragement to these women. There's a lot of professional women who in religious spaces are willing to give off their time and resources for healing, for strengthening, and can also be used as conduits and channels to be able to support those very women in the next season of the election. So please, let's take advantage of those spaces. A lot of times when you hear the faith space being vilified again, it's not so much the women as it is the men. So who's speaking to? Who is harnessing? Who is drawing from the women in faith spaces in order to be able to move all these engagements that we are talking about here? So that's a sitting resource. Women of faith are the ones who drive the agenda on the grassroots. They're the ones who create the sense of healing. They're the ones who move. They're the ones who influence their children. I remember asking those women, how many of you are voting? And they said, we won't. I told them, if you do not vote, you do not have a moral authority to ask God for anything after elections. We suffer, you suffer, don't pray. You have no right to pray. The Lord has given you, or God has given you, the opportunity to engage and to elect leaders who then you can hold to account. Because for most Kenyans, for most people, especially in the faith space, and the average Kenyan anyway, once they've cast their vote, that's the end of the story. And if we are not using the spaces that continue to gather long after the ballot, and engaging them and educating them about public participation, then we are also losing it. We are only talking, we are speaking and preaching to the choir. The rest of the vast majority that meets Sunday to Sunday, Saturday to Saturday, Friday to Friday is not being spoken to. So I think we are leaving out a critical mass who must be engaged in public participation post-election. They are nonchalant and very ignorant, with due respect, populace, and yet very hungry for this conversation. So in terms of women in leadership, I'm encouraging us to take advantage of the faith spaces and work with women in the faith spaces, because those women are leaders in those spaces. They're the women leaders in the Mothers Union, in the Catholic Women's Association. They are the women leaders in the Muslim faith. I'm sure there must be a caucus of women. That's where you will find the critical masses. And that's where civic engagement, all these curricula that we are setting and talking about must be cascaded to. So I'm just here to say, I was told to speak about the church and leadership. I want to narrow it to, can we link up with the women leaders that are in faith spaces who have the privilege of leading women week after week after week in that structured setting, and then cascading it so that they can now begin to engage in public participation. They can begin to hold their leaders to account. They can feed into the constitutional frameworks that are available to them for good governance. So let's join hands together. I'm not even going to do the 7 minutes. I'm going to donate them from all the other sisters who ate everybody's 7 minutes. I love you. And I'm going to rescue you from this. So that's my cry. If we're talking about political parties, please get into the church, ask for the women leaders, and then educate them, and you will be able to get further ahead. All right? That's the way to get the critical mass. You want to see women making a critical difference? Find the women leaders who gather every week, who gather every Sunday, who gather every month for structured, institutionalized meetings. Work with them. I've seen it happen. I've seen it change approach towards voting. And now we are already using it, working within a particular constituency, getting them to engage in developing frameworks of accountability for their elected leaders, their MCAs for the 5 wards in that county, and the MPs, and we can see responsiveness. So let's use that latent platform of women in the space of churches, because women in leadership in faith spaces do have a voice. And they do have a mass, and you want to engage with that critical mass. For as long as we come here, and come here we must, and speak to ourselves who already understand, and go back to the grassroots and speak to the same ones, we're not reaching out, and we're not reaching out sufficiently. So I hope we are encouraged and challenged to go back and step into our faith spaces and begin to disseminate this and begin to educate that space, so that we can be able to influence even further. If we do that, then we can be able to raise funds and have pools and kitties that can support Wanjiko. When nobody's giving her money, who says women don't have money? Look at table banking groups. They're driven by who? women. But those women who turn around and revolve funds in tens and hundreds of millions do not vote. Yet they have resources circulating amongst them, which if someone took the time to use those channels of conversation and educate them, they will seed funds to a candidate like Wanjiku. So may God help us to broaden our horizons and be innovative about engaging faith spaces and women in leadership in those spaces. They're hungry, they're yearning, they're waiting. Let's step out. Thank you.
Yes, Muriega. Muriega rege. Ibinade. Yamonei. Sopa. Muga. Assalamu alaikum. Mko salama? Imbu ya ore. Ndio hiyo. I am Joshua Faru. Kule kwetu bina pronouncewa kama F. Shesikia naenda Nairobi lakini si Nairobi. Your that's president's name anaitwa Mwai Kibaki, si Kibaki. On the same note, I am Joshua Faru. I work with the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. Mmepokea salamu ya Reverend Kobia. Mmepokea salamu ya Dr. Skita, our CEO. Salamu zetu inakuanga amani. Nikisema amani mnasema milele. Amani. Nikisema milele mnasema amani. Milele. Amani. Milele. Asanteni. So asante Daisy juu ya kuni-invite. Sanona. I was asked to speak on the status of cohesion in an electioneering period. So I have 3 C's. 3 C's peke yake. The first one is chaos. The second one is commitment. And the third one is cohesion. The first one is chaos. The second one is commitment. And the third one is cohesion. Asanteni. So chaos. Tuende kwa chaos. Mnakumbuka 2007, 2008 chenye kili happen. Vurugu ika happen kila mahali. Watu kuchinjana. An estimated 1,333 people died during the post-election violence of 2007-2008. And conservative estimates say that 350,000 people were internally displaced. Those are big, big figures. So out of that, there was a panel of African eminent persons who came. Mnakumbuka Daisy alimfunza hesabu, acha mimi nimfunze historia. So wenye walikuja kutuongelesha kufanya mediation ilikuwa kina nani? Kofi Annan, amazing. Mtu wa pili alikuwa nani? Benjamin Mkapa, amazing. Watatu? Kikwete alikam? Kikwete alikam? Sawa. Na watu? Graka Machel, amazing. So those are the people who came. Now out of that, the KNDR, the Kenya National Dialogue and Reconciliation. Out of that, there were 4 agendas. The first one was immediate ceasefire. And then the fourth one was long-term commitments and long-term solutions to these problems that so plague our country. So from there, that's how the NCSC came. That was how it was birthed. We were formed so that hizi vitu za vita zisiwahi happen tena. So mandate ya NCIC ni facilitate and promote equality of opportunity, good relations, harmony, and peaceful coexistence between persons of the different ethnic, racial, and religious communities of Kenya, and to advise the government on all matters thereof. That mandate of ours places us squarely into this inclusion debate, because it is a debate. Kuna time fulani tulikuwa tumeenda Narok as a commission to do peace building. So Narok tulikuwa tumeenda na 2 of our commissioners. Unajua Dr. Davas Makori? Yes, na pia commissioner mwingine anaitwa Sam Kona. So tulikuwa tumeenda huko. So in our activities we always include. Daisy umesema tusitumie jina special interest group. Sijui tutumie jina gani. Hiyo ndio jina yenye sasa tuliambiwa. Marginalized. So in all our activities, we ensure that we have places for youth, PWD, and women. So watu huko wakatuambia sisi kama mnaita hao si hatukuji. Imagine. Walisema wakuji na wafanyi dialogue at all. Sasa ilibaki tu tumeambia sawa basi tuambie nini chini mnataka. Wao wakasema si tutaketi and the women are going to sit mahali huko. Kwa nini kwa ground hawataketi kwa viti. So that's the place we are at as a country. There is still a lot of cultural setbacks, and that's why we as a commission are fully committed to the Charter of Inclusion. It's on 12th August, yenye tulikuja tukasign Charter of Inclusion hapa, and we are committed fully to seeing it to implementation. So those are the chaos that we still have. Another chaos is court orders zenye zimekuja kila time that ikiambia the parliament obey them no more than 2/3 gender rule. That's chaotic because the Chief Justice alisema parliament ikuwe dissolved. Lakini has those orders been implemented? See, it's chaotic, it's almost anarchy. So brothers and sisters, confronting this legacy of chaos and injustice is necessary for an inclusive, peaceful and cohesive country. So that was chaos. Ya pili nilimwambia ilikuwa nini? Commitment, amazing. Asantani, so commitment, first of all, we need to be committed to this cause. History tunakusema. There's somebody who said that Africans are very good at paperwork, but when it comes to following up, like putting your mouth where your money is, or is it the other way around? Yes, putting your money where your mouth is. We are very, tuna falling short hapo. So for us to be inclusive, for us to take this discussion from this boardroom to mashinani, we need to be committed and we need to be courageous about it. We need to be courageous. Ni Proverbs, in our Proverbs 19, I should think so. Proverbs 28 verse 1. Proverbs 28 verse 1 inasemanga, the righteous are as bold as a lion. So your boldness ni wanataka from you guys. I need you to be courageous. Kutoa hizi vitu kwa boldroom. Mostly naongelea sisi wanaume, the male among us who wants hizi vitu za inclusion. Lakini tukianza kuongea na fellow men, especially men kaya nye nimekwambia tulenda nao Narok, wanakunyamazisha wanakwambia, Buddha, unakuja kutuambia nini? Na lazima ukue bold, lazima ukue courageous in saying apana, women are also no lesser beings. Wanaitango imagdai, kuna doctrine ya Christianity na itango imagodai. Unaijua? Image bearers, you are all image bearers with God. The fact that you're image bearers inamaanisha nani is a lesser human being, and we need to be courageous about it. And to go back to scriptures, Polani nishaikuwa pastor back in the day. So the first people kwenda ayal kuchomwa, unaweza fikiria ni idolaters, ama unaweza fikiria ni murderers, lakini the first people kwa Revelation inakuanga cowards. Can you imagine? So we need to be courageous in this fight. We need to be courageous in fighting for inclusivity, both men and women, so that we may achieve a cohesive country. And now I come back to my third point. Ya kwanza ilikuwa chaos, ya pili commitment, na ya tatu cohesion. Exactly. We cannot have a cohesive country if we are still not inclusive. For indeed, what can we be doing if more than half of our population, wamebagulwa, are discriminated, are facing sexual-based violence in politics? That is so sad, and I'm sorry about it. Unajua sisi ndio tuna preaching elections bila noma. Si mlikuwa mnasikia tusema elections bila noma? That's our mantra. That is what we are preaching, and that's normal. So I'm sorry on behalf of the NCIC. Na that is elections bila noma was our mantra. Na tulikuwa tunasema tusibleed ndio wa lead. Unanipata? Mlikuwa mmesikia hiyo slogan pia? Tusibleed ndio wa lead. Sasa hizi nasema pia tusibleed ndio wa lead, lakini kwa story na gender. Nilikuwa nataka kuleta hiyo ikue in a form of gender, lakini either way, we are not supposed to history of men kufanya sexual based violence against women is making us suffer cohesively as a country, and we are sorry about that. The bitter truth is, for us to be cohesive as a people, we must include everybody. Sini Martin Luther King Jr. mwenye alisema injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. So we must ensure that there is justice in all spheres of life. We are a peace building organization, and for there to be peace, there must be justice. We cannot have one without the other. That's why we pursue justice. Sisi ndio tu pursue kitu inaitwa hate speech. Umesikia story ya hate speech? Ukibonga mbaya ni sisi tunakujianga, and tuko na social media monitors wenye si monitor social media. Umesema sana kuhusu Twitter. That's where bullying is happening, and that's what we are at the forefront dealing with, because we appreciate that there cannot be justice, there cannot be peace without justice. So the 13th parliament, the 12th parliament failed us kwa history ya inclusion. Now for us to have cohesion in this 13th parliament, we are hoping that they are indeed going to honor the gender, no more than two that gender rule. Ndio kusitokelea ile chaos yenye tulisema yenye hadi Chief Justice nasema hii parliament iko dissolved.
Ngoniati unena. Yeah. Pesa inasumbua, si kwa kiti, si kwa floor. Nina mbono.
Juliana, please mute your mic. Juliana, mute.
Yes, I will.
Two gentlemen, and we usually target those gentlemen ama vijana wa mtaa who have been involved in crime, or who are the ones who have been instigators of sexual-based violence or gender-based violence. So those are the people we target, so that they may come to this 7 aside. So the rule is lazima ukuwe na 5-2 inclusion kwa hiyo game, kwa hiyo team, alafu girls must score. Unaona? So that's what we are doing, and it may bear a lot of fruit, especially huko maghetto. Unajua huko ghetto ndio kila kitu ina happen. So hiyo 7 aside tournament, we have a lot of anticipation on it, and we are hoping and praying that it will create the ripple effect yenye tunataka ikue, not only in Nairobi but all over the country. And we are praying that we are going to have a cohesive country. And yeah, asanteni juu ya kunisikiza. May you be blessed na asanteni.
Thank you so much for keeping time. Thank you so much for giving us your minutes. We have really tried, and I know we have eaten into your lunchtime, but I feel these conversations were very necessary at the point we are in. Just before we call our puppets, I don't know where our puppets are, but some of the gaps that we have identified clearly coming from this meeting are the lack of the 2/3 mechanism to comply with the Constitution of Kenya. We have also seen the limited framework for mentorship on time, that is for preparation, for training and the support. in time for the next general election. We've also seen the limited financial support for aspirants and candidates that has greatly affected our women and people with disabilities and the youth. Violence against women that, as he has rightly said, continues, especially this election cycle, was on social media, and it is psychological and emotional, and at times it turns to be physical. There's a lot of disinformation, misinformation, and stereotypes that have been spread. At times you could wake up in the morning and find out there's a huge rumor that you're not running, and that truly affects how the results will come out. There's a quagmire of political parties' internal democracy in the nomination, in the party lists. And then I don't know where to say this, but you know, the party wave that comes and affects the women candidates. Electoral administration and management challenges in the electoral bodies. So as these are just some of the ones we've captured. In case I haven't captured any, we can write them down. Just write them down in a paper as we are coming into plenary. We can share with my colleague over there. He's seated right over there. Hebu simama wakuone. Yeah. And also some form of next steps. We've already identified from the speakers that there's need for continuous and consistent voter and civic education for the development of a women mentor program. And then I say women, I keep forgetting, so please forgive me. Towards the 2027-2032 electoral cycle, and the legal and policy reform package, the two-third legislation, the electoral reforms and litigation, and the monitoring of violence against women. We are aware of there's a tool where we are able to monitor the attacks of women journalists and women politicians. So before I sit down, I know we are tired, I know we are hungry, but trust me, you are
I wanted to come back.
Miriam Mudhoni, mute your mic.
Puppets sometimes. I'm calling them puppets. Puppets. Karibuni, and then we will come back for plenary.
They are telling me to mute. I did not mute.
Check 1, 2. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hebu tusimame kidogo, tusimame kidogo. Tusimame kidogo. Good. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. And saidieni kuimba. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands, sing. If you're happy and you know, and you really wanna show. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Very good, Kachini. My name is Paul from the Kenya Institute of Puppet Theatre. I was also to be the MCA Riruta, lakini kura zikutosha. So I can identify with Sarah and Alice. So as we nurse the hangovers of our elections, I'd like to take you back to our village, Mtaa wa Saba. In Mtaa wa Saba, just like us, they are nursing hangovers za elections. Sijui kama wako Supreme Court, ama wako wapi, sijui kama wako na 0.01, wacha twende Mtaa wa Saba, tujue huko mambo yako vipi.
Uvivu ni adui mkubwa wa ujenzi wa taifa, kwani ndicho kiini hasa kisababisha chonja. Ewe ndugu yangu we, amka kumekucha, kamata jembe na panga, twende shamba. Hata wewe mwanangu, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo za kwenda shule. Uvivu ndio adui wa ujenzi wa taifa, jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa mwanangu, kumekucha.
Bwana Kim. Unasikia hiyo? Bwana. Ongeza sauti hapo, ongeza sauti hapo bwana. Wewe, ongeza sauti. Ongeza sauti. Wacha nikwambie. Hiyo. Sikia hiyo. Wacha nikwambie. Hiyo ilikuwa inanikumbusha nikiwa attachment Kenya Railways.
Ngoja.
1966.
Ngoja.
Okay.
Hiyo ni mdomo ya bata.
Okay.
Hebu
Sima kidogo. Hai. Hii mzaa wa sapa. Mimi ninakuambia, si ndio hiyo uchaguzi imeisha?
Matayo.
Kimani.
Sasa juu uchaguzi imeisha, wacha nikuulize swali moja.
Uliza hata kama ni mbili. Mimi niko ready.
Na si siri.
Isikuwe siri.
Wewe, ulipigia nani MP?
Si nimekwambia sio siri.
Nauliza, ulipigia nani kura?
Kura mimi nilipigia Muhesh.
Mimi
nilipigia Muhesh.
Muhesh mgani?
Si Muhesh tu, si ni Muhesh ni Muhesh.
Ai. Muhesh.
Muhesh.
Sasa Muhesh gani? Muhesh ni Muhesh.
Wewe ulipigia nani?
Hata mimi nilipigia Muhesh.
Exactly. Basi tulipigia mtu mmoja.
Mheshimiwa.
Lakini kulikuwa na watu 7. Na wote ukienda kila mahali unasikia Muhesh. Wewe ulipigia Muhesh mgani?
Huyo Muhesh tu ulipigia.
Ngoja kidogo.
Si mheshimiwa, ni mheshimiwa tu. Mimi nilikuwa najua hata PR wake nani, lakini yeye hakuna haja.
Yaani ulipiga suti kama mimi. Bwana, wacha nikuambie kitu moja. Ile kitu mimi niliona yani ukituanga tu suti.
Niulize. Jina yake. Unakumbuka?
Mimi sikumbuki, si mimi ninajua tu tulikuwa tunapigia.
Alikuwa anaitwa Hina.
Huyo Hayena huyo.
Hina.
Tulipigia.
Sikia.
Ngoja.
Kiongozi wa eneo la bunge la sisi constituency Bwana Hayena Maendeleo amewatangazia watu wote waliomchagua kwamba kutakuwa na sherehe ya kukata na shoka. Leo saa 12 jioni nyumbani kwake. Watu wote waliomchagua wanaalikwa ili kujumuika na yeye.
Leo ni leo.
Ameshinda bwana.
Zima hiyo radio. Sasa leo kukula ni wapi?
Kwa Muhesh.
Kulala ni wapi?
Kwa mheshimiwa huko.
Kutembea ni wapi?
Kwa Muhesh.
Chai ni wapi?
Hiyo kwa Muhesh.
Kila kitu ni?
Kwa kila mtu
twende. Sherehe ni kwa Muhesh leo.
Bas, wananchi wa mtaa wa 7 wamealikwa na mheshimiwa wao ambao walimchagua MP. Lakini naona ni kama hawamjui vizuri. Hebu nikuulize, wewe unajua mheshimiwa wako MP anaitwa nani? Anaitwa kwa wapi? MP wa ule mlichagua huko kwenyu, ama anaitwa Muhesh? Anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Odanga. Wewe unajua MP wako anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Wembori. Very good. Wacha turudi mtaa wa 7, twende kwa hiyo sherehe ambao wameitwa na mheshimiwa wao. Tuone sherehe yenyewe itakuwa kukata na shoka ama ni ya kukata na panga. Wacha tuone itakuwa vipi.
Matayo, tumefika. Leo ni ile siku bwana.
Party after
Party after party.
Party after
Party.
Ukula ni wapi?
Ukula kwa Muheshi. Tumefika.
Wewe ngoja.
Tumefika.
Ngoja. Tumefika party. Ngoja. Wewe ni nani?
Mimi.
Kim. Na wewe?
Mimi ni wanyonyi mwenyewe.
Hakuna haja. Sasa nataka kuwauliza. Mumekuja hapa kufanya nini? Party.
Tumekuja party ya Muheshi. Bwana Muheshi amepita na ameita party na tumekuja.
Nani amewaambia Muheshi ako na party? Imetangazwa kwa radio. Wewe una radio? Ngoja niwaulize. Wewe Kim. Na wewe Matayo.
Mimi Matayo wanyonyi.
Mlipigia Muheshi kura nyinyi? Suti.
Piga suti hata sikuangalia nakaa namna gani.
Suti. Fanyeni hivi Ngojeni hapo. Okay. Tuangalie kama majina yenu yako kwa list. Sawa? Iko. Watu wa Muheshi unaweza sawa.
Kim. Atajua aje na hatukuandika jina.
Tuambie mpige kelele. Allah.
Okay.
Behave. Umesema wewe ni Kim. Kim, Kit, Ket, Kut, Kat. Kim haiko hapa. Jina yako haiko hapa.
Okay, na Matayo iko hapo. Matayo ule alikuwa frontline kwa Muheshi.
In the line of M.
Matayo.
Matak. Iko.
Wewe wacha kuharibu jina yangu.
Material.
Ndio hiyo.
Sikiliza. Wewe Kim na wewe Matayo. Majina yenu hayako. Aje. Hakuna bwana. We voted. Hakuna. Uko na fisi? Ni hawa vijana wawili Kim na Matayo wamekuja kusumbua hapa. Ati uliwaandika.
Huyu ndio mheshimiwa. Ati fisi. Tulimpigia fisi kura. Yaani fisi. Wewe.
Kwani amjui ulichagua nani? Mimi ndio mheshimiwa hapa.
Wewe uliangalia picha?
Mimi sikuona picha. Mimi ndio nilichagua. Kwani ulichagua nani?
Wewe ndio tulipigia.
Kwani hakuangalia bado? Nikirudi hapo nikute mumeenda. Si ndio mheshimiwa?
Ngoja Matayo.
Mimi sikizani kwanza. Mimi nilichaguliwa na chama. Na hii chama ilikuwa suti. Na hakuna mtu anafaa kuingia hapa isipokuwa mwanachama.
Matayo.
Kwa hivyo wewe soja. Unaingia hapo unasikia? Nimesikia. Haya.
Why? Ngoja kidogo.
Yaani tulichagua fisi.
Tulipiga suti.
Kumbe ni fisi.
Kumbe tulipigia suti. Alikuwa anaitwa Hyena.
Hapa afadhali ningepigia mama.
Si afadhali hata tungepigia mama.
Afadhali bwana. Ngoja. Hapa. Najua. Niite mheshimiwa. Ngoja kidogo, soja. Ngoja kidogo. Yaani tulipigia kura fisi. Kwani nyinyi hamkujua? Bali hata tungepigia mama. Fanyeni hivi
Tungepigia mama.
Ondokeni hapa ama niite mheshimiwa.
Mimi sitawahi piga suti tena.
Matayo. Matayo.
Twende.
Ngoja nicheke. Wololo ya ye.
Twende hivi.
Yaani tulipigia fisi.
Tulipigia mama. Mimi kura sioni nikipiga.
Haya. Watu wa mtaa wa 7 walipiga suti. Kumbe walipigia fisi kura as part of the suti. Nyinyi kuna mheshimiwa fulani mnaona alichaguliwa, mnaona ni kama yeye ndio fisi kwa hiyo arrangement. Kuna yeye mmoja. Hebu tupatie ka story kadogo. Kuna utake anaogopa kumtaja. Lakini niko sure kila mtu kuna vile unaangalia unaona huyu sijui alipita aje. Sasa watu wa mtaa wa 7 hawakuchagua MP peke yake. Walichagua pia MCA. Kuna MCA mmoja ambaye anaitwa Bwana Chupa. Bwana Chupa ndiye ambaye alishinda dada maendeleo. Sasa wakazi wa mtaa wa 7 pale katika ward level pia wako na shida zao. Wacha tuone MCA wao na maendeleo iko vipi. Wacha tuangalie.
Kwa ujenzi wa taifa, kwani ndicho kiini hasa kisababisha chonja.
Ewe ndugu yangu we, amka kumekucha, kamata jembe na panga, twende shamba. Hata wewe mwanangu, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo Hey, Baba Slippers! Baba Slippers!
Hebu nisaidie na hizo nguo ziko hapo ndani.
Nguo. Wacha kidogo tu.
Okay.
Mimi naletea wewe.
Okay, kazi imekuwa ngumu.
Usijali.
Alafu hii baridi ya nini? Hii baridi ya August. Hii baridi ya August itafanya hizi nguo zetu zitakauka kweli.
Haya, Mama Slippers. Haya, ndio hiyo. Ndio hiyo, ulikuwa unataka hiyo nguo, si ndio?
Kabisa. Alafu acha nikuulize. Tulichagua mheshimiwa, si ndio?
Ndio hiyo.
Huyu mheshimiwa alisema ati atatuhusisha kwa zile vitu, kwa miradi yote ile ambayo inafanyika.
Huyu chupa. Huyu chupa.
Imagine.
Wacha nikuambie. Huyu mtu hakuna kitu amefanya.
Alafu
imagine, it's now 6 months since we elected him.
Alafu kuzidisha. Alisema ata-include na ata-involve
yes,
PWDs in his development program.
Yes.
Yani hajawahusisha. And then the other thing, he also talked about yani inclusion of women and the youth in his development agenda. There is nothing, hata sema ukimupigia, there is nothing hakuna.
Wacha hiyo. Hata alisema yeye atapatia vijana kazi.
Imagine.
Alisema atapatia wamama pia kazi. Mpaka saa hii gharama ya maisha inakuwa ngumu.
Angalia mitaro.
Ngumu sana.
Mitaro ndio hiyo. Mitaro look bad.
Takataka everywhere.
Takataka everywhere. Let me tell you, Baba Slippers.
Yes.
I'm going to his office right now. And I'm going to make sure that I remind him of everything, every promise that he gave.
Mama Slippers.
Yes.
Unakwenda kwa huyo mtu.
Imagine.
Na vile ametufanyia.
I'm going to him right now.
Sasa kama yeye hajasikiza kijiji mzima. Sasa wewe ndiye atasikiza.
He will have to listen. Hebu hizi nguo hata sitaki hata zikaukia hapa. Hebu kwanza tuzitoe tu. Saa hii.
Mama Slippers.
He'll have to listen.
Chunga. Chunga.
Let us go.
Chunga. Mama Slippers. Usitwangwe kofi huko.
No. Let us go.
Mama Slippers. I fear for you.
Wakati wa elections, different leaders gave different promises. Nataka ukumbuke tu one of the promises ambao ulisikia one of the leaders wa Kivai walipeana. Na anaweza tuambia moja, anaweza kumbuka. Wakati wa elections alisikia promise 100. Wacha tusikie hiyo ya 100. Uliambiwa ngapi?
Yaani tutapatia vijana na mama fund ya 100 billion.
Alisikia 100 billion. Sasa unangojea kuona hiyo 100 billion kama itapeanwa. 100 billion in
100 days.
Asante. Kuna mwingine anakumbuka any other promise?
Baba Care.
Baba Care. Anasema kulikuwa na promise ya Baba Care.
6,000 per month zitakuwa zikipewa the marginalized.
Marginalized pia walipromisiwa 6,000 per month. Kwa hivyo tunangojea after Supreme Court case tuone hizo promise kama zitapeanwa, si ndio? Very good. Sasa hivyo watu wa mtaa wa Saba walikuwa wamepewa promises. Na hapa Mama Slippers ameamua kufuatilia kwa MCA aone kama hizo promises zitakuwa fulfilled. Acha tuende huko tuone kama zitakuwa fulfilled.
Hakuna shida, yes. Mimi ndio nimechaguliwa hapa. Hata wakipiga kelele kwa NGO, mimi ndio kiongozi. Wachana ndio mambo ya activists. Hawawezani na mimi. Sasa tutafanya mambo ya budgeting, tuongee na governor, tuone vile atafanya mambo ya tendering. That is the priority.
Mheshimiwa. Okay.
Kuna mama mwingine hapa anapiga kelele. I think she's an activist. Sasa nikata hii simu nimuongeleshe.
Mheshimiwa. Yes.
Mama.
Habari yako mheshimiwa?
Nzuri, we mama.
Yes.
Kwenye kuna viongozi
Pole
Tena
sana.
hatuna wakubwa.
Ninaomba
Unaingia
msamaha.
kwa ofisi ya mheshimiwa hivi tu kwani ni nini?
Mimi naomba msamaha.
Okay, nimepewa msamaha.
Asanti sana.
Yes.
Mimi nimekuja hapa kwako
Yes.
kwa sababu ya zile ahadi ambazo ulitupatia.
Ahadi, yes.
Ulituambia especially kuhusu PWDs.
Yes.
Wale ambao mimi nasimamia. Wakuwa
what?
PWDs, people with disabilities.
Secretary?
Yes.
Secretary?
Yes, sir.
Leta hiyo file yangu ya my own project. Tuone kama hiyo EWD iko ndani.
Okay, sir.
Kwa sababu ulisema utawahusisha kwa miradi na utawa involved in everything that you're going to do for this community.
Okay, I can see that. Iko hapa. One of them is not here.
Okay.
Hiyo PWD iko kwa manifesto yangu.
Lakini
iko for the fourth year number 4 itakuwa.
Year number 4.
Kwa sasa tunawapatia football wachezee mpira.
Football for
yes, hiyo ya PWD.
No, we are talking about involving them in your development agenda. Not
find them. Agenda hiyo. Tumeweka kwenye mkakati. Ya pili ni gani?
Ya pili ilikuwa inclusion of women and the youth in your community programs. Now
mambo ya women na youth nimefanya kwanza vizuri sana. Right now as we speak natarajia mtoto mwingine. My wife is already
No, that is not what I'm talking about.
Hata youth iko kijana wangu anaenda university next week.
No, I'm saying involving them in your development agenda kwa community yetu.
Tayari tumetengeneza kamati ya hiyo kitu, si hapa yote. It is here, it is written here. Siangalie. Kuja uangalie mwenyewe.
No, but
committee is here, it is not opaque.
No, public participation, involving them in everything that you plan for this community.
Kwani hao nimeweka hapo si public?
Sikiliza mheshimiwa. I think tulikuchagua na I had
mama ngoja. Wewe ni mama na naheshimu wewe. Unaongea haraka na without consistency. Sasa fanya hivi. Uliingilia wapi?
No. Listen, mheshimiwa. I looked at your manifesto and it was very clear. Tafadhali, what are you going to do for this community in terms of kushughulikia PWDs?
Ndio nimeshakwambia we have a 4-year plan. Sio sahihi. Ngoja kidogo tupate pesa tuweze kujijenga.
But you have to involve us. You have to involve them.
Askari.
Mkubwa.
Huyu aliingilia wapi?
Listen.
Huyu aliingilia wapi? Upeleke polepole ni mama, usisumbue.
Mimi ninakutetea hata wewe.
Upeleke polepole ni mama.
Peleka umama nyumbani.
Umesikia? Utasema hivyo.
Upeleke polepole lakini
no.
Wanakuja kunisumbua. Nani aliyekubali hao watu waingilia hapa? Nikubaliwe kitu kama hiyo. You don't do that. Wacha hata niende nimekafika.
Hujaenda?
Hapa sitaki eti hapo. Naenda kuna na marafiki zangu, naenda kukunywa. Mambo gani hayo?
Haya, mheshimiwa amekataa kutimiza ahadi ambazo alipatia watu. Kama ungekuwa kwa kijiji cha mtaa wa 7, ni hatua gani ambazo unafikiria ungeweza kuchukua? Mheshimiwa amekataa kutimiza ahadi. Ni hatua gani unaona tungefaa kuchukua? Daisy anasema kumrecall mheshimiwa. Kufanya nini?
Tunaandika petition.
Tunaandika petition. Tuna petition nani specifically?
Tunaandika petition kama ni hiyo mtaa, all the residents associations, the chairs, mnaandika petition to the duty bearer.
Fantastic. Tuna petition huyo duty bearer na tumeambiwa pia tunaweza kumrecall. Any other action ambayo tunaweza kuchukua? Hebu acha tuone watu wa mtaa wa 7 waliamua kuchukua hatua gani.
Hii watu wananipatia stress mpaka nashangaa.
Chim.
Stress. Nani anapiga kelele huko? Watafanya kipara yangu ikuwe kama ya Chebukati. Hii watu. Nini iko huko nje bwana? Soja. Wapi soja? Soja. Ngoja tutulie bwana, tutulie bwana. Sasa mnakuja na makaratasi na mabango hapa. Mama.
Nilikwambia kile ambacho utasimamia kile ambacho ulituambia utafanya na ukakataa ukaniitia watchman. Kwa hivyo sasa tumekuja.
Ngojeni kwanza. Nasema hivi, mnataka aje sasa?
Tunataka utimize, utuambie plani yako ya hii community ni gani? Public participation utaifanya namna gani? PWDs utawafanyia nini?
Tutafanya hiyo yote in 1 year's time. Ngojeni. Ngojeni. Soja wapi? Wapi soja? Unanipeleka wapi? Our people united.
Asante. Watu wa mtaa wa Saba waliamua kwenda the demonstration route. Sisi hapa tumeona kwamba apart from demonstration tunaweza kumrecall na pia tunaweza kupetition. Ningependa kidogo tu kuwarudisha kwa swali kwa mchezo wa kwanza, mambo ya suit. Sisi kama community leaders ambao tuko hapa, ni nini tunaweza fanya? Mheshimiwa tulia. Ni nini tunaweza kufanya ili kuweza kuhamasisha watu wetu kuhusu hiyo kupiga kura, mambo ya suit? Ni nini tunaweza kufanya mkiangalia? Najua sisi hapa ni community leaders na tunajua haya mambo. Nini tunaweza kufanya? Ama iko tu sawa tuachie watu wetu hivyo? Tunaweza kufanya nini?
Chaguananga individual with the ability.
Anasema kuchaguana according to ability ya individual. Kwa hivyo sisi kama viongozi ambao tuko hapa, I think tuna jukumu la kwenda kuhamasisha watu ambao ni electorate ili waweze kufanya nini? Kuerevuka. I think hapo tunaweza kufanya kitu kinaitwa civic education. Si ndio? Asante sana. Natumai umelearn kitu kutokana na michezo yetu na tumeshukuru sana. Asante.
We go as you see, we go.
Okay, Daisy. Hapa sasa umewekwa under the bus kidogo. Wako na swali. Ulikuwa umesema kuhusu recalling an elected leader. Maybe you can elaborate.
In the Constitution, we actually have the right as citizens, as voters, to recall a member of parliament. In fact, Parliament had even made it very difficult. They had enacted legislation that made it almost impossible for legislators and representatives to be recalled, but the courts disallowed many of the sections. So what is needed if you want to recall a sitting member is you do a petition, you get members, registered voters. Now, I don't know the number for MCAs, but I know for a member of parliament, you have to get 1 million signatures. 1 million signatures. You need to get the signatures of registered voters to recall your member. You know, I'm thinking 1 million, we may need to go back to court to have that changed, because when we did a popular initiative in 2015, the Green Amendment campaign, seeking to do a popular initiative on the 2/3, one of the things that you need to do is to collect 1 million signatures of registered voters. It took us 3.5 years to do that. And by the time we succeeded, it was overtaken by events. BBI was well on its way. So it became an issue that could not be pursued anymore. So there's a few cupboards somewhere that have signatures of registered voters, 1.7 million signatures that we can't do much with. But yes, you can recall your member of parliament. And of course, we would have to refine to know how it is done, but you can recall your governor, you can recall your MP, you can recall your MCA, and the president can be impeached. Parliament impeaches the president. So we do have the right of recall.
Thank you so much, Daisy, for that. Thank you for that. I think it's clear for you. Asante sana. Let's keep these conversations because there are so many things that we can be able to do to improve the quality of leadership that we have. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Margaret. My question is directed to ORPP. You've talked of a coalition political party. If one party pulls or leaves, is it binding or it's just on paper? Number two, what if I'm in that coalition political party and I want to leave as an individual? Is it allowed? Thank you. Yeah.
I think you may want to repeat your question once the representative from RPP is back. Eh? She's just stepped
out. Sorry. It's okay.
Thank you. Is there any other comment or question regarding today's events? Oh, we are good. How lovely. Nikuchoka ninja. Ah. So maybe the ORPP lady will address us as, maybe we read the ones that are coming in from the internet, from the people on Zoom. First and foremost, they are agreeing, they are congratulating the ladies who ran. They are also agreeing with the ladies who ran that indeed it was very difficult and that there were threats and intimidation from some communities. They're also identifying on the issues we mentioned on mental health. There was a question to the ORPP. They appreciate the reforms, but they feel that the registrar needs to ensure that people who are nominated must first resign from their office at least 6 months in advance before the election, as is prescribed in the Constitution. Oh my gosh, some of us are losing our eyesight. We should stop assuming that each and every villager is aware that it's a constitutional right to have women in leadership. Christine Kandie says, at some point, I ask myself why we don't have a political giant party registered and run by women. Perhaps if it's a women-only party, we know that's not legal. Maybe that's why. Otherwise, we would be very willing to set up one for ourselves. So are there any other comments or questions? There's a comment. Okay, sawa sawa.
There was a question for you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. My name is Dina, a guy, and a member of the National Women's Steering Committee. Those that have presented, especially those that had vied, I can't remember the names, but yeah, Sarah and Alice Kukureya. They gave very useful feedback, and particularly what I want to reiterate is what Madam Kureya said, that politics is about distribution of resources. And when that happens, you expect push and tug. And as women, we cannot
conducive for us to fully participate in politics. Because that are going to have to participate, we must stop nezo alafu sasa mta participate hapana have to hivyo. But I also want to say that we are not being honest. The problem in this country in terms of politics is that we as Kenyans, we don't trust each other. Right now we are seeing what is happening. We don't trust each other. So I don't know what is going to happen for us to start believing in the institutions that we've put in place, and for us to believe that the individuals that we've put in place can actually carry out their mandate. I think for as long as we are going to be complaining, especially about the presidential election, we are not going to make progress. And so for me, I think there is a very big problem with the Kenyan. I won't mention names, but even the organizations that are human rights based and that are supposed to adhere to human rights principles don't follow those principles. Because we've seen even in this election, there are particular leaders that make very dangerous utterances, and they are never called out. So it cannot be that it is only democracy and human rights when you're targeting somebody else. But when you're targeting somebody that you feel is close to you, you don't speak up, and it is so obvious. So if those organizations are doing that, Kenyans surely, si tutafollow tu kitu wanafanya. So I think we also have to be honest with ourselves. We are not honest with ourselves. Meetings tunafanya, yes, tunakuja tunajiambia hizi vitu, but when push comes to shove, we do not have the moral courage to do what is right. And we can see it even right now, it is happening. So I think we need to change as a people and be honest with ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Jane, from ORPP, there were two questions that were directed at you while you were out. I hear you're back. Are you back? Oh, sorry.
She's here. Yeah, she's back. Oh, I'm Margaret from YWCA. My question to the ORPP is, we have the political coalition party. Is it binding whatever they signed, which is in your custody? Or how are they supposed to do those ones that are willing to pull out or to leave that coalition political party? Can I pull as an individual, or I can only pull as a political party, and I can pull after how long? Yeah.
Okay, and then I think the last question as we give the meeting back to Daisy, people on the online forum were asking why is it that people were still not resigned 6 months before elections? Any people who are still running and they have not resigned. Running for
Was that Margaret? Margaret, number one, a coalition political party membership, you are not a member by individual, you're a member by virtue of being in a political party. So membership is by political parties. So you cannot pull out as a person. If you want to pull out, Yeah, the party can pull out, but you as an individual, you're not bound by that agreement. The party cannot pull out. You know, there are two levels here. We have the coalition political party, we have the coalescing parties, then we have individuals, isn't it? So if we move step by step, the parties cannot pull out because what they signed is it's a binding agreement. And you realize that even immediately when these things were signed, both for the coalition political party and the political parties, you realize that some people wanted to pull out, isn't it? The agreement of any coalition is just like a marriage. It is purely dependent on the agreement that those people have. Yes. I cannot talk of specifics of a certain agreement, but it is purely dependent on that agreement. Let me give you an example. Unaona, for example, even things like nominations. The registrar has no authority to make them use any other method of nomination other than what is prescribed in their own coalition agreement. That agreement is the one that guides their operations. Okay? And anytime they have, for example, a dispute, the dispute resolution mechanisms that they themselves have put in place, those are the ones that they utilize to settle their own disputes. Only then, when they cannot agree at that party, do they move to the PPDT. But is that it is supreme, it is everything. It is supreme. The provisions of that agreement is what guides. So if that agreement says they are in a coalition for this period of time, that is what it is on the ground. Okay, first of all, you know, Margaret, buying members already is an offense, already is an offense, and nowadays membership is by, is by will, by self-will, whether it is to a political party or a coalition political party or even a coalition. But we can only talk about now membership by political parties are guided by that agreement. Whatever the provisions of that agreement are, they are binding and they are the guiding principle for that coalition. So I cannot go into the details of what I may not even know, to be honest, because I'm not in a department that deals with the drafting of the coalition agreements. But no one can actually add or subtract from what that agreement said. And that's why immediately people signed. Some people went back and they were like, wait a minute, what did we just get into? And they wanted to leave. And I remember the registrar telling them, no, me, I'm like somebody who officiates a marriage. When I find that the wife running away at night, I don't tell her, do you have fare? She can.
talk to and support to petition their case at the Member of Parliament level. Does anyone know how much you need to deposit as security? How much you need to deposit as security? Not even the lawyer's fees. Like the amount of money you need to deposit as security before your case is heard as MP. Do we know? A figure, this name, a figure. How much do you think it is? It's 500,000, imagine. 500,000. Who has 500,000 after an election? Who wants to support you after an election? Who wants to chip in for you after an election? 500,000 is what you need to deposit before your case is heard. That is security. You've not even factored in money for lawyers. For this case of this one MP, who has like legit evidence? And when I say legit evidence, it's those evidence where in that constituency, you look at even the returning officers' results, they're saying there were not rejected votes, but look at the polling stations, there were rejected votes. Like they have legit evidence. But guess what? Money. The lawyers who want to jump on the case because of the evidence, they're saying for them to support this whole process to see to the very end, they need 1 million. So 1 million plus 500,000, you need 1.5 for you to fight for justice. This is a candidate who got more than 50,000 votes in this election. How supporting people and even women who want to fight for justice, or who even want to protest, contest the process at the community level or at the constituency level. So I think there are ways we can still support women beyond perhaps just talking about visibility, which is very important, but at the very So you can imagine the weight number 2 has, and if number 2 is a woman. So how are we building a women's movement and ensuring that collectively we don't leave anyone behind? Thank you. Oh, sorry, my name is Bina Masema.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for being with us. Thank you so much for bearing with us and listening to the all important conversation. I'd like to give back the meeting to Daisy. Close for us.
Yes. Okay, there's one person who wants to say something. Angela. My name is Rosemary Asuma. I'm from Political Practice. I listened to Irene when she was presenting her issues. She talked of 2013, we had an issue of defense in the process of election. 2017, we still have the same issue. 2022, we still have the same issue. Which means after each and every election, we have to go to Supreme Court. As this court can we come with a legislation which can help the country to do this? That's something to think about. Now, I can see tired faces, angry faces, and I'm not going to take much time. We just want to just quickly go through some of the steps that we want to take as a way forward. Because we have to take this conversation forward. We can't get tired of this conversation. You know, the idea is to wear us out. Mpaka we say, hii kitu imeshindikana, wacha, let whatever happens, happens, but we can't. So first thing I want to start with, I want us to agree here. National Gender and Equality Commission, you are here. NCIC, you are here. ORPP, you are here. We must stop referring to women, youth, I want you to understand. First of all, that is not how the Constitution designates us. The Constitution designates us as previously marginalized groups. Okay? But to understand that special interest, what a special interest group is, because a special interest is an interest that is separate from what is the norm. Organizations that are seeking special favors. You're seeking special favors and benefits that are not common to everybody. Okay? So like you can be a group of okay? Not everybody collects butterflies. So you're seeking special interest to collect butterflies. I'm just giving that as an example. Okay? And the reason why I want you to understand why we must not be referred to as special interest groups is that special interests can be denied. You can actually deny special interests out of an inconvenience or something. You can come up with reasons why certain special interests designate the representation of women and persons with disability as a special interest. It designates it as their fundamental rights. And when you go to the Bill of Rights in the Constitution, opening statement in the Bill of Rights is that those rights are in the Constitution, not that they are given to us by the state, but that they belong to human, and that the state confirms that they will do their utmost to ensure that those rights are enjoyed to the fullest extent possible. So the right of women, the right of youth, the rights of persons with disability to have equal opportunity in leadership, representation, and participation is not a special interest. It is a fundamental right. We belong to this society. Women comprise over half of the population. Youth, over 70%. How can those be special interests? They are not. They are rights. And fundamental rights and entitlements that have been denied us by practice, culture, laws, impunity, and other things. So we must come back to ourselves, because it is that special interest mentality that drives this omba mentality, you know, where we are going to plead to be given. No, the state has a responsibility to ensure that mechanisms are put in place for us to enjoy those rights to the fullest extent possible. They must level the playing field. Article 27, freedom, equality and freedom from discrimination. Article 27(6), the state shall take legislative, policy, programs, affirmative actions, and other measures to ensure, to address the marginalization suffered by they must make sure that no more than 2/3 of the same gender is elected and appointed. We need to agree on this. And therefore, Parliament cannot, when Senate had the SIG bill, we wrote to them and we said, you people are legislating for people that the Constitution does not recognize. Because when you go to the Constitution, you will not find special interests. They are not there. By marginalized. And equal opportunities in the political and economic spheres, and in all spheres, political, social, and economic. So that is one. Are we agreed? Now, stop calling us special interest groups. It is. So, all right, nobody, hands up all men who signed up to be born as men. No, really, hands up. All those of you who signed up to be men. You see? So you cannot claim special rights and privileges and entitlements through a lottery of birth. You can't. Because it's like penalizing people for being born. It's the same way that we say racism is unfair. It's the exact same thing. It is about human rights and it's about justice. Next, one of the things that we have seen, because we've had the many experiences, but one of the things that hinders women's full participation is also how late they decide to get into politics. Women are deciding too late. Like now, the men know 2027, either I'm going to be defending my seat, I'm going to be going for governor, I'm going to be going for president. And even as they're doing their things, they are pangaing themselves for that. Women decide too late to get an entry into, to make an entry into politics. And so because we are marginalized in so many other ways economically, it becomes very difficult to run a campaign. So you've seen like campaigns, the politicians, they started their campaigns in 2018. Sindio? Yeah, that's when the campaigns for 2022 started. They started in 2018. Meanwhile, Chebukati was talking to the wind. So we need to, like all those women who have vied, yes, you've had a bad experience, but we need to come together and say, are you still interested in politics? So let's do a roadmap. Let's start now for 2027. Lack of resources. This is a serious problem, okay? And one of the things, and we also came in late in this, we set up a crowdsourcing fund to see how can we help the women who were vying that we were supporting to get money, okay? We need to start resourcing our campaigns now. And it's important that even you as an individual, you invest in your campaign. So we have this crowdsourcing website, and we want women, if you are serious about vying, come in now. We start profiling you and pushing you out there, and let us also support. Let's contribute to campaigns. Let's actually contribute. By the way, I will tell you something about men. You know, they actually contribute to each other's campaigns. They put money. I have watched guys supporting each other. They really do. Now, I'm not saying women don't support each other. I know one of the biggest challenges that women have is economic marginalization. But you know, the same concept that we have with the merry-go-rounds, where we put little money together towards this, we can do that. So let's use mechanisms that we know and we understand. Things like table banking, things like by the way, those merry-go-rounds are actually just crowdsourcing. It's a different form of crowdsourcing, but it's crowdsourcing. You know, so why can't we do that? We have our pool of women that we are working with, and we can say every month, even if it is to say, I will contribute 500 shillings every month until 2027 for Ajiko's campaign, right? I will do that. Every month I will give 500 shillings, you know, and then you just follow through on it, you know. Somebody else, if we get enough people, she could be getting every month into her kitty, she could be getting 10, 20,000 shillings. And it goes, you know, that money just keeps growing. And we keep that money specifically for the campaign. So let's look for different strategies, because donor dependence is not working well for us. Okay, because we have to wait for the donors to decide. They decided late. They came with money late. They told us Ukraine. And now, you know, you can't lazimisha guys to give you chums. Then they told us, okay, you can do materials for them, but you can't print names. So you are saying Chagua Mama, and maybe your opponent is Mama also, you know. So it gives you, having your own money gives you freedom to also make certain choices. And money is important even for the emergence of candidature, you know, to be able to profile yourself and all. So let us do this together. Let us support one another. Even if we say we will do a pilot program, we say, let's take 10 women, just 10, and we work with them from now till 2027. We do a budget, we crowdsource the funding and everything, and we just draw a program, an agenda for 2027, encourage and work with our women. That's something that we need to do. Lack of resources, political party reforms. Jane, we are coming to you people, because political parties need to be reined in. We have seen that political parties really are not being fair to women. and we need them to be institutions of governance. And Anne Derrito has done a fantastic job, even in terms of just stopping that whole thing of registering people without their knowledge, you know, insisting that political parties must use membership registers. I mean, nominations have been universal suffrage, you know? So we have a committed registrar of political parties. And the good thing is that she has security of tenure, so she can make tough decisions. We need to go in there and we need to clean up political parties. For starters, we need nomination rules. We want to see party nomination rules. Those things are like the nuclear codes. You can't get them, by the way, you can't get them. So I don't even know what people were doing primaries with, because we tried to get them. ORPP sent us to IBC. IBC took us round, then they wrote to us and said that it's not, they can't give us, that we go to parties. Parties were like, why do you want our nomination rules? What do you want to know? Yet they are funded by taxpayers, so there has to be transparency and openness. We are saying here, IBC should be transparent, IBC should be open. We need to know everything that they're doing. And political parties don't want to tell us what they're doing. It's opaque. Whether they are going to do, they tell you we are going to do delegates. Then last minute, they'll tell you, okay, we are doing consensus. Then some others, we are doing opinion polls. So we asked, how are you doing opinion polls? What are the methods that you're using? Are you using a polling company? Is it Inky Pinky Ponky? I mean, like, how are you doing it? We'll do opinion polls to see who is the popular candidate. What method? Nobody knows. So it's so unfair. It is so unfair. The way the advocacy for that office to be better resourced, to have more money and sharper teeth to bite. Like now, those party hoppers, we want to see by elections. People, they have not even been sworn in and they have already hopped parties. I mean, that is so dishonest, you know. So these are the kind of things that we want to see the regulator. I've seen the ORPP actually issued a statement saying that it is not lawful what they are doing, but who listens to them? These politicians, it's like talking to the wind when you talk to them. So we need to also look at electoral reforms. How do we get legislation for Articles 81, B and C? How do we push for those legislations? How do we push for the implementation of Article 100, the necessary legislation? And also public interest litigation around these same legislations. These are some of the things that we need to do, and we need to do it now. Campaign financing, at least we got a court order that has now removed the hands of Parliament from the regulations. So those are some of the challenges that some of our electoral management bodies have been suffering. As user institutions, they are not able to develop their own policies and regulations. So all the time it has to go to Parliament. And because Parliament has interested parties, they come and they look for all ways to make sure that they are not constrained in any way. They want a very open field for themselves. That must stop. The tyranny of Parliament must stop, and we need to perhaps get court orders to remove the hands of Parliament from some of these regulations to allow the independent institutions to actually develop their own, the regulations. They do the legislation, but regulations to be done by the user institution according to the Constitution and subjected to everybody. Campaign Financing Act was enacted in 2012, and we've never operationalized it. Why? Because political parties and candidates just don't want to be transparent, one, about the sources of their funding, you know, and how much money they spend. And, you know, we have a very big problem with corruption in Kenya. So those are some of the key drivers of corruption, is through the political party gate. So this will also stop that and begin to minimize this idea of politics as a money contest. So, and this equalizes our field. So, and then, yeah, building women for 2027, and then IEBC. Now we don't even know what will be the fate of IEBC, but I think even as women, we should have an opinion. It cannot be that every election we want to change IEBC. just because people are not happy with outcomes, you know? You're happy to go through the process. Even if you see the flaws and everything, you hope those flaws will benefit you. When they don't benefit you, you make a song and dance about it. I mean, in fact, Kina Chebukati are like mavericks. They've managed to survive this long, you know, because usually they don't. They don't. Every election, out. We can't do that. We will not be able to build a stable political culture if we keep changing our electoral management body. So I think we also need to have a conversation. One of the things we said, KHRC, Irene, we've talked about this. We need to have a national dialogue. NCIC, maybe you can convene the country to a national conversation, because the political pillar is too contentious, and we need to have a discussion around how Kenyans are so willing to be manipulated into doing wrong things every time, you know, cheating, stealing, you know, marked ballots, you know, dishonest things, you know, when you have been sworn to things. This is a problem. I think it's a values problem that we have in Kenya. We need to have this conversation, and we need to have it early in the day, because from the way things are going, it will not sit well, because we can't keep having this. If we go into a contest, we need to go into a contest knowing they're winners, they're losers, you know, and we can't keep taking the country backwards. The other thing that we need to do is to have a women's economic empowerment agenda, putting money in our pockets so that we can contribute. So you know that we have a program on women's economic empowerment, and we welcome you to be part of that program. We'll be rolling it out. We're in partnership with the University of Nairobi African Women's Studies Center, the WeHub. So let's look at how it's now, this ball is in our court. There are those things that are in our court. So women's economic empowerment for political empowerment. National Women's Steering Committee, we look at political and economic emancipation. So we have to have a women's economic empowerment agenda, because we need to put money in women's pockets so that women can also contribute to the politics. So with those many way forwards and just looking at the gaps, I'll stop there. And the rest we will share with you in the report. Thank you. Okay, nimeambiwa sasa maombi, let us stand. I hope you all have your lunch vouchers. Is there anybody who doesn't have a lunch voucher? If you don't have a lunch voucher, please see who is to be seen. Mokami over there, Lillian. If you do not have a lunch voucher, please see Lillian. And lunch will be served in the main dining room. Thank you all so much for your patience. I know we've kept you longer. Thank you for sitting through it and for your participation. Yes, Soila, thank you so much. So shall we jointly say the grace? And may the grace of our Lord Yeshua Messiah, the fellowship of the Holy Spirit, be with us now and forever. The food is blessed. May it benefit you. May it be of nourishment to your body. Amen.
Amen. Bye.
Amen.